Yeah, good morning, everybody. I'm late today. I'm late today. Let's see. I'm alive. Yeah, okay. Didn't get much prep time today. Had to get, click the button. Yep, there's Jackie still. Just gonna get warmed up slowly today. You could say that I just rolled out of bed about 20 minutes ago. Not usually the kind of person to sleep in on weekends, but I made an exception this time. See, if you sleep in on a weekend, sometimes you mess up your sleep schedule for the week. At least that's how I work. So I gotta be careful with that. Especially considering my schedule is going to be shifting this week a little bit. We'll see how that plays out tomorrow. I do have my kit with me, okay. Just wondering about that. I needed my axe, that's what I needed. We already pulled up with the trailer. Hey, good morning. I'll put the rifle into the trailer here. Yeah, something like that. We are just past the checkpoint here, and we've got 31 West going straight into Louisville. The hospital is going to be a major objective. So we're still getting woke up today, but we once we're up and running, the hospital will be, that'll be an interesting time. It certainly was last time I did it. Yeah. Step away and have a bite to eat. Nails up here. I was thinking about removing the tents and replacing them with a vehicle, but that just wouldn't end well. I don't know if I could get another vehicle in there in time. So what that means is the tents will stay there, and that's okay. A hospital. There is no loot in the hospital. Well, okay, so there's medical loot in the hospital. If somebody would actually need medical loot at this stage of the game, if you've actually somehow fought your way into Louisville and you still need medical supplies, I'm not sure exactly what your strategy is there. But yeah, no, that is. I'm just building a observation platform, I suppose. There's something objectively useful we can do with this, and that would be sniping, since the whatchamacallit wasn't far enough away. Oh, we ran out of need a few more planks. Thank you. Yeah, here's hoping I'll live nice and long here. Not exactly playing the odds at the moment, but having never successfully contained a NP or a named zombie before. Hey, good morning. Yep. She actually has her own page on the wiki. I'll post this in chat if anybody is interested. I wonder if Frank Hemingway is actually, you know, Hemingway might still be out there, too. Hang on. What does he look like? Oh, he doesn't get his own page. Yeah. He might be a zombie out there as well, but, we might have lost track of him, if so. Because we saw Jackie come out of the radio truck. Or the, LBMW trailer. If Frank was there... Actually, if I remember the lore correctly, Frank turned first. And she had to separate from him. So... I don't know. I feel like actually I feel like he might be a zombie, but I don't know what to look for. No, you know, trying to find a zombie who's not as distinctive as Jackie is going to be very difficult. Yep, that is Jackie right there. We managed to capture her by the power of vehicles and unattackable tents. Now, the tents, all the ones that are around outside the vehicles, those tents are actually attackable. And in fact, they destroyed one. I didn't even notice, but they destroyed one of the tents already. So I gotta replace that. You see, the reason I have the tents there, is because, as far as I understand it, off-map zombie movement doesn't care about cars. So the cars are there to keep her in while we're around. But when we're not around, because the map doesn't, or the off-map migration does not care about cars. At least that's my theory right now. I could be wrong about that, but that's just basically... We've got a bunch of tents just laying around here, so the tents are an easy way to make sure that she can't just wander out of there if the off-map migration system does not care about cars, which is my current suspicion. I have no idea why one of the tents disappeared. Of all the ones for them to... See, we had a few other zombies come through. Oh, right. That's why I... That's why there was no tent there. Because, yeah, I did the thing. Might not be possible. Yeah, I'm actually trapped. That's a little silly. It's just because you have to place the tent in that specific spot. I'll use something else. I'll use another one of these low tables or something like that. Oh, here we go. Now you can walk through that. There's a real table right here. Okay, here we go. Now she should be 100% contained. Right? Yeah, no, that's fine. Tents were just one way of doing it. Because remember, other zombies can come by and attack the tents. Except for these two. These two were there from the start. And because I, the player, did not place them, they're actually not attackable. So these two tents right here are actually invulnerable to the zombies. But all these other tents right here that I placed around them, those are attackable. But zombies will only attack things if the player is nearby. So for the purposes of off-map migration, she should now be fully contained. We've already tested that, by the way. I have already left the area and come back, and she was still there. So she should be there permanently now. That's something I think about sometimes. If I was a zombie and I could be contained, would I want people to contain me? And, I don't know. Maybe if I could actually be useful, if I'm studied. Or would I prefer to just be put out of my misery? That's a question I don't have an answer to, because it all depends on all the specifics that I probably would never know. Like, how would I know that anything useful could even be gained from containing me? Would I be suffering for no reason? Or is there even anything left of me? Many, many, many questions. All I know is, if nothing else, that is the remains of one of humanity's heroes right there. So I shall not just disregard them. I was actually thinking about going to Reddit and posting about this. One of the reasons I actually discovered that that Jackie was, or actually that she existed at all in the game, as opposed to just being a voice on the radio, is somebody posted that they found her and killed her. And I was like, oh, I could do better than that. If she actually exists, I could probably contain her. That was my first time successfully doing it there. Ooh, wait a minute. Do we have military tents here out now? I didn't realize we had military tents outside the containment zone. We also just got winded. I'm going to give her a break really quick. One of the reasons that we just got winded is because we're extremely uncomfortable. Or highly uncomfortable. That reduces the amount of stamina we regenerate. Oh, these aren't military tents, these are just tents that look like the military tents. Some of the civilians must have brought bigger tents, it seems. I'll take a free pillow, sure. It's long overdue that I establish a keyring for Louisville here. I have a keyring for my standard keyring at the top, a keyring for Valley Station, now a keyring for Louisville. I have other city keyrings too, but I'm not carrying them actively. So I did see, we did see a big party going on up here, just slightly to the right. Beyond the tree line there. We are not exactly dripping in open ammo right now. I would want to loosen up my kit a little bit before we get started with any significant combat here. While I'm back here, we'll go ahead and collect some generator and lights here. Your flood lamps will make a fine addition to my collection. Alright, so let's put the axe away and put on our rifle, and let's get started with a little bit of hunting here. Definitely not cold enough for the hoodie right now. And I'll put the kit right here. We'll just carry around the hammer for now. Okay, much lighter weight. I'm torn on whether to bring the shotgun right now. I'm torn because it's outdoor fighting. I don't expect we're going to have too many really good, like, you know, tight groupings. But it's possible, and that possibility bothers me. I just don't have the carrier weight to be carrying around sufficient ammo for everything. Like, for example, I don't even have, I have a carton of 357. Okay, good. So let's open this carton of 357 from the ambulance. We'll crack 2 boxes. And put 2 boxes in my backpack. And then the remaining 8 back into the ambulance for now. And 762 into the bandolier. Okay. We're in need of a bit of water here. I really should start taking more than just 1 liter at a time if I'm going to be in this area. Actually, what am I thinking? There's a campfire right there, and then there's a river right down there. Hang on just a moment. Let's just get some water together. There is no reason to be fretting about water when there is a river right up here. We just need to make sure that we can get to the river without problems. It's actually sometimes easy to forget that the Ohio River is right here. The tree line and the sheer number of Zeds in this area make me almost not even think about it. You know, now that I think about it, okay. Now that I think about it, there are plenty of things I could do to contain Jackie in like a proper observation facility. If I were to build one right here on the edge of the river. I'm not gonna like get started on anything like that now. I'm just saying I have to, because I mean, you know, if I build it in the river, then it's a lot easier. Her pathing options are like very, very limited. So I could build a use water tiles to prevent her movement. Seeing as zombies in this universe are incapable of taking a swim right now. I like to imagine that in the future the devs are going to make it so zombies are just like the undead pirates in Pirates of the Caribbean, where they just, instead of swimming or anything like that, they just walk across the bottom of the whatever body of water they're in. We just, there was already a log on this fire, so we're just going to light it up and put that, what are we going to light it up with? Twigs. And we'll put the, bucket of water we just got. You can, fun fact, this is, probably be something useful. You can, put an entire... Why is she getting so close to the fire? I'm actually getting really... What are you doing, Annie? I'm sorry. What are you doing, Nora? That makes me really uncomfortable how close she got to that. Anyway, you can fill an entire bucket of water from like a water source and just put the entire bucket onto the onto a campfire, and voila, you'll have 10 liters of clean water to work with. Okay. Apparently I cannot put out the fire. Not sure what happened there. But, what a shame. I guess it's just gonna have to burn out then. I'm gonna put this bucket of water somewhere where it won't get rained into or snowed into, like the trunk of this vehicular device here. Alrighty. Alright. We don't have too much daylight left to work with today. Did take me a little bit of time to get warmed up there. But let us see what we have to do here. Not sure exactly how big that group is. We're going to find out. They also could have split up by now. Yeah, there's like 3 of them right there. And a lot of them all the way up there. Okay. Something that I was considering doing is, if I'm seeming a little slow right now, it's because this is, whatever shot I take right now is going to start a rather large war here. And I don't know exactly where they're all at. So something I can do about that is I could build stairs up to the top of the burger shack here. And then build a second set of stairs on top of that. That would get me 3 floors up. I'd be able to see any zombie in the area. I'd also be able to snipe from up there, but that would be a bit dangerous. I would not have any other way in or out. I don't think I would be doing that, but yeah. I also considered just now using the burger stand as a way to a superior form of containment, but there's not a lot of good options in there. See that group over there to the top right? They're quite large. Not that I can't handle them, but to make matters worse, I already put my axe away. Okay, let's go ahead and let's get started. Okay, waking up. We are awake. Right now, the goal is to hit all the fast shamblers with long range so that we can skirmish the medium and slows. Mission already partially accomplished. I see I see one fast shambler in the back line. Okay. I did get a little bit of chances for M16 use, but it was mostly exhibitionary. We gave it a shot to see how well it performs, and I wasn't, you could say I wasn't blown away by it. It wasn't bad. It wasn't particularly impressive, though. We also just got fatigued. We got fatigued, which means blade work is not the best idea right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and M9 these guys, even though they're slow shamblers, and I normally wouldn't do that. Rounds. Rounds. Okay. See, the M16, I was actually thinking about this the other evening. Right now, my zombie fighting reflexes tell me that the moment I pick up an M16 is to set it to semi-auto and never look back on that, right? It's semi-auto. Semi-auto is the most efficient way to fight zombies. But what if the M16's purpose in the game balance really is not for zombies at all? We've already got multiplayer with PvP. And if you're doing PvP in this game, I don't know what's wrong with you, first. But second, the meta would be to wear lots and lots of bulletproof vest armor all the time. And how would somebody fight against that? Well, lots of rounds very quickly. So the M16 really, at the end of the day, is a PvP weapon. That's I'm kind of coming to that. And what I think is going to support that a little bit even further is the fact that I talked about this before, but there is placeholder code in the game right now. It's not actively being used, but there's placeholder code in the game right now for thermal sights. So thermal sights don't exist yet in the game, but I've seen the code for it. There are manual checks right now to see if a weapon has thermal sights in the bullet calculations. So what that tells me is that smoke bombs are currently a thing. Smoke bombs are a thing. And then thermal sights are going to be a thing. So it's like, we're going to have some very interesting PvP in this game in the future. And when I say PvP, I actually don't necessarily just mean against other players, because someday NPCs are going to be a thing. And I have to imagine that some of those NPCs are going to be the shoot-on-sight bandit types. So, very compelling things to think about there. But I was also looking at some other YouTubers' content the other evening, and that's kind of what led me to thinking about this. And I realized that there's a lot of people out there who really dislike Build 42 and have never even thought anywhere close to that far ahead. And that's kind of tragic, in my opinion. I mean, I understand completely if somebody looks at Build 42 and they're like, man, that's a lot of tedious bullshit. I don't want to have to engage with all that in its current form. Yeah, of course, absolutely. But not even, like, understanding what it is and just writing it off completely. I feel sad. I feel sad about that. Especially if you're somebody who really, really, really enjoyed B41, but you saw a few parts about B42 and you're like, nah, it all sucks. Oh, man. Give the game more of a chance. But yeah, that actually made me want to make some standalone videos talking about the things in B42 that are not there for enjoyment at the moment, and are actually there to be a part of something that is not currently in the game, right? Because I think there is a lot of that, and not a lot of people are like really thinking about that right now. They're looking at what's in the game right now and making judgment calls on the game's overall value based on that, which is a perfectly reasonable thing to do, but they're missing things by doing that. And if they know they're missing things, then and they still don't like it, well, that's up to them. I don't intend on like changing everybody's mind or anything, but if people don't know all the information and they would prefer to know, then they absolutely deserve to. I believe these cars that we're looking at here, I think some of them are in the road and some of them are not. Oh, what am I saying? We can use the street lights to tell where the road is. Yes, this street lamp right here. Yeah, okay. Right, yeah, and that's an important thing to think about. A lot of people, there's definitely some people who missed out on that. The video I was looking at yesterday, I feel like I should link it in chat if anybody's interested. It is where is it? YouTube, and then history, and then it was, where is it? my YouTube watch history is full of nonsense. Full of literal nonsense. I saw a video from Fat Shark yesterday. Apparently we're going to have a new enemy in Dark Tide. And it's going to be another one of those enemies that has exactly the same exactly the same animation packs as other people. Oh, there it is. Yeah, okay. So this guy's video, he's it's a response video to one of his previous ones where he went over some negative reviews of the game and talked about what they were talking about. But then he got a lot of comments and started talking about them, and it was kind of odd. The first comment he chose to talk about in that video is somebody who really didn't seem to like they had. It seemed like he had touched B42 for like 30 seconds and been like, "No, I don't like this. Why do I care about baking clay and crafting Morningstar maces?" And I'm like, have you tried swords, buddy? Have you go into debug mode and spawn yourself a sword and get back to me on that. But no, I don't want to be like a dick about it, but it's I feel like they're missing a lot of things that they I don't know. It doesn't deserve too much thought, but I definitely thought about it anyway. These Zeds, I'm not 100% sure what's up with their movements. They seem to be going in this direction instead of towards the road where I was doing the shooting. Well, you see, no need to do blacksmithing. That is, you could say that, but at the same time, you're not going to get these swords. You're not going to get those without blacksmithing. So you could say there's no need to get a weapon that has about a 90% chance of getting a one-shot kill on a zombie. You could say that. I don't know if I would agree very strongly, though. It's not going to have a 90% chance at one-shotting a zombie right now where my damage is cut down by fatigue. That still took 3 shots. At that point, it's basically no better than any other melee weapon. But what else is new, right? If you're fatigued, can't really make a judgment call on that. I also don't have my coffee right now. Skill issue, one could say. Definitely a skill issue. I think I am probably going to fall back. But yeah, so if I was not fatigued, the sword would be glorious. I do believe the machete is, I remember there were machetes in B41. I do not remember if the B41 machetes had the same stats as the B42 machetes. If so, nothing. I actually have to fall back right now because it is not very effective to continue fighting when I'm this fatigued. Okay. I wonder how much of this fire is left. About another hour. I can't put it out. I literally can't put it out. If I click put out fire, nothing happens. This is probably because it's one of those pre-placed fire pits. And there's something weird going on with those. No idea what. But yeah, I suppose as an evening activity I could improve my Jackie observation complex here. If nothing else, I would like to harvest a few more logs so that I could build another set of stairs to have a observation platform on top of the burger shack. I would like to do that. That's something I could do as an evening task. Now, I do have some coffee here. These are super coffees. I would prefer not to use these unless I was forced to, right? If I had a huge fight on my hands. Let's just say that there were 50 zombies coming at me this far back, and they would threaten the observation platform there, or they would threaten my gates that I've built in the checkpoint. Yeah, I would not, I would take some coffee in that case. But for now, I think we're good. We are at stage 2 fatigue. And I do recall seeing exactly one zombie to the north of the burger shack. So if we go over here and start chopping wood, head on a swivel because they may hear us. Yeah, the limiting us to 2 directions for stairs, that is, it quite limits our base design decisions. And I find that to be unfortunate. It's probably an example of what I would like to call isometric bullshit. So that would be 12 planks right there. We would need one more to build stairs. Oh dear. Well. We'll collect the logs, but after this we'll fall back. Yeah, they also fixed bathtubs not having water in them if they were faced to north or east. That has been fixed as well. Baby steps, right? Baby steps. Alright, so that's enough logs. Once I clear any threats in this area and have a chance to saw those, we'll come back and get some stairs built on top of the burger shack there. And then we will be able to observe the area without trees blocking our line of sight, which is very important. And if there's few targets, we'll just be able to snipe them from right there. That was actually kind of what I was almost going towards with the observation post for Jackie. Like, it was not just supposed to be, you know, funsies for the sake of funsies. It was also supposed to be so that I could see what's in the area. But I do not, whatchamacallit, I do not, this is too far back. And this time I am not going to forget to take the mask off before I go to sleep. Being able to rotate the viewpoint. Yeah, I do agree that would be interesting. I don't think that it's one of those things that would never happen. But yeah, that would, they'd have to move the foundation of the castle. Alright, mask is off. Have a bite of chips. We'll probably need to go back and get some more perishable food. So one of the things on my agenda was to take a throwaway car back to base, and then I could go pick up something. Like, I could go pick up two of my fire trucks, right? Tow one with the other. I could do that. PZ2. Oh man, we've had one, yes. What about second Project Zomboid? I think I'm just gonna have her. Well, nah. We've got about 4 hours to work with here. We've got about 4 hours. We can get some productive stuff done. Masks on. Right, yeah, that's, Mandevilish. That's actually what led to me naming one of my, there's a grocery store in, Louisville that I feel like is one of the most perfect base positions ever, but I don't know the name of it. I'm it's probably a Gigamart, but there's a few differences between it and other Gigamarts, so I don't know for sure if it's a Gigamart. I just have taken to calling it what I used for, I used, phonetic alphabet replacement for it. I called it Jericho Base. And that's just what I think of it as now. Jericho Shopping Mall. Had to make up a name because I literally couldn't see the name. Did either of these vehicles have No. So we did find one vehicle that was in good condition, like charged battery and gas in the tank. And it was, it's a little further into Z territory though. I should use my Corvette more often for back and forth. It is a very fast vehicle. So these floodlights are different from the others. I've put battery connectors on them. So we can put a floodlight with battery connectors up here at the Burger Shack so that we can get some more light on the subject. I know there's generators everywhere. I'm not quite ready to be firing up one of those out here just yet. Whenever I put a generator somewhere, I usually prefer to have a big wide open area wherever I put it. Despite how wide this area is, it's not open. There's just trees everywhere. So let's... now I can show you guys what swords are all about, if you have not seen them before. Swords are great. This is actually probably not even one of my best. Oh no, this sword is in its last third. That makes sense. I understand completely why this sword was... Okay, so swords, as their condition gets lower. As their condition gets lower, they're less effective. So there is a fall off there. So this sword is basically done. I'm going to put it away. We've got many more where that came from. And this is the most important thing about blacksmithing, is when one sword is used up, I got a duffel bag with 7 more. Seen on the map online, you can... Oh, I did not see that. Do you mean b42map.com, or do you mean a different website? Because we do have, I've got b42map.com on whatchamacallit, on Hotlink. Tools. Hey, look at that. That's really cool. That's really cool. So we are right here, here-ish. So if we wanted to see a generator radius for this generator next to the Burger Shack, look at that. That's really cool. That's really cool. Thanks for letting me know. That must be pretty new. I haven't looked at the tools lately though. Beautiful, beautiful website. b42map.com. I always get a shout that out when I see it, because that is a very useful website, even before they had that particular tool. Love it. Ah, we do have a straggler. And this right here, this is the truck that had both gas and a charged battery in it. And therefore, there we go. Very rare to find those this far into the journey. Now, just because this one has a functional battery and can drive, that doesn't mean I'm going to treat it as a throwaway vehicle, because the parts are actually, if I remember right, the parts are actually really, really good. Like, really, really good. Look at that. Look at all that green. Overall is like 82%. Fantastic vehicle. Most of the stuff in the trunk is not as fantastic, but that's okay. That just means that this vehicle should be over here on standby. What I probably should do is get this thing's trunk fixed up with a steel sheet. We can get 169 out of these trunks of a bull driver like this. So that 169, that is actually 5 generators right there. 5 generators, because each generator is 40. And 40, 80, 120, 160. So let's get our the nails, right? Yeah, I got the nails. Let's get our first first staircase here. And then we're just going to do that again because that was very fun. And we'll be able to see over the tops of tall trees if we go up one level higher, I believe. I'm not 100% sure. Hang on. We could actually use light. So as you can see, these trees are all blocking my flashlight right now. If I go up here. Nah, if I go up here, the flashlight doesn't go down. Okay, never mind. But it looks like I can see beyond the smaller trees, but I don't know about the larger trees. Yeah, see, we got eyes on this side right here, and we would probably, yeah, we'd definitely not be able to see her without going up here. Okay, great. I mean, hell, if I just gave it a door, the Burger Shack would be a safe place to sleep. Because, well, it would be a quote-unquote safe place to sleep with only one way in or out. I'm on top of the world. Not a very good shot, though, because it's the middle of the night. I have never fallen from a height that high before, so we definitely do not want to see what that's like. Let's go ahead and get our second sleep for tonight. Depending on weather tomorrow, we'll start to progress. If the weather's good, we'll move up and perhaps use that fighting platform we just created. Do some sniping from on high. Mask off. I'm gonna be real proud of myself if I remember to take the mask off every time before going to sleep for this session. If I can do that, I'll feel very proud of myself. Snow's looking like it might start to melt over the next couple of days here. That would be nice if it didn't immediately come back. What I'm gonna do actually is, because we have some more trees here, I'm just going to, I'm gonna build a couple of railings. I don't think I'll be able to make my, platform OSHA compliant, but, that's not gonna stop me from, making it a little safer for myself. We can also, I think there's going to be logs in these containers here. Yeah, look at that. Okay. That doesn't mean that I'm going to go, nuts with movement while I'm up here. And I'm got to make sure I don't hit E, otherwise she probably would try to jump over. And I'm not gonna let her do that. We will need a little bit more ammo. A little bit more 7.62. I'll open 2 boxes and carry around the remaining boxes by hand. Putting 3 ropes. 3 ropes, you say? Oh, do you mean like escape ropes? Ah, that felt good. That was actually, we didn't have the best chance of making that hit, and yet we did. Now that's interesting. Why can't I? Oh, she disappeared. What's going on there? What's going on there, guys? I thought I could see over those trees. Interesting. Maybe 3 is not high enough. Huh. Well, okay then. Learn something new every day. Oh, right. That's true. Very true. Yeah, we'll just have to move up on foot for now. Maybe if we get a large enough group following us, we could fall back and give that a try from a distance. I will need some agua. I need to be carrying around condiments right now. Come back for those. There we go. I'm being a little lazy with my food, just eating what we found so far. But at some point, basically what I don't want to roll back to main base right now while we've got good weather to fight in. When the weather starts going bad, which it inevitably will, then we'll roll back to main base and do some more cooking. Always got to check between these trees. I'm going to go ahead and start right here and see if that noise brings anybody out of these trees to the south and to the right here. It's always guaranteed that there's going to be more up ahead of us. So it's not up ahead that I'm worried about right now. Okay, that was quite a few, or that was like 3 or 4 shots, and we're not seeing any action coming out of the woods. Head on a swivel anyway, but if there were huge groups, we would have seen them by now. I believe if we're looking for Frank, I don't know if I'll ever be able to recognize him, but if we are looking for Frank, we're looking for a brown sweater, which, you know, compared to Jackie's very distinctive yellow jumpsuit, I do not think we're going to be very successful in locating somebody, just a generic-looking male zombie with a brown sweater. He would have come out of the... I don't think he actually would have come out of the LBMW trailer because, like I mentioned before, I'm pretty sure he turned before Jackie, and Jackie was forced to separate from him. So if he was still alive, or I mean, like, you know, if he was a zombie and still mobile, then he probably would be outside the trailer and nearby it. Interesting. You're not anybody that I'm looking for. Wonder if the other one right there is also going to be a trap. No? Okay. So this is where Jackie made her final broadcasts from. Caffeine pills. ×2. Premium tech ham radios. I hear somebody breathing. No? I could have swore I heard somebody off to the right. That's okay. Leave the ham radios out here. Premium tech ham radios are not as good in terms of their long-range broadcast and receive, but for some reason, right now, the open bed D6s with light bars can only receive ham radios of the premium tech variety. Otherwise, all of their emergency services vehicles can take a military ham radio as an upgrade. So these do have a specific niche use. But otherwise, military ham radios are better in every way. And we're far enough away from the corpse zone that I don't have to continue wearing the mask right now. I would hazard a guess to say that we've passed the largest groups of the checkpoint now. There's a gravel path over here. This is like sort of just a gravel, like a little trail that goes through the woods. And this is actually a side road right here. Kind of hard to tell that it's here. This actually leads up to some houses parallel to the river that when I was here on Annie, we set up in a garage nearby there. And it was in that garage where I learned from first-hand experience that your character will in fact not wake up if a zombie smashes through a window right next to a bed that you're sleeping in. Yeah. We learned that very interesting fact the hard way. Because that's exactly what happened to us. Zombie just smashed right through a window, and we did not wake up until the thing was already on top of us. We did successfully push it back. It was a front grab, but it was a front grab that never should have happened. So, be advised. Windows are not sufficient to wake up from if you are sleeping. That is why my standard now is at least 2 barricades on a window before sleeping behind it, or go to a second floor, or have no windows and be behind a door. Any of the above. Alright, and that's one of many groups that we're going to start seeing on just congregating in the highway. Would generally prefer not to have corpses all over my highway. Now this group, the moment we engage with anything loud, people on the other side of the fence to the right will take offense to us and come over and start annoying us by slapping the fence. So we're actually starting to get the edge of the hospital swarms here. And when I say hospital swarms, I mean mostly the ones in the parking lot of the hospital. After they spawned in previously, they wasted no time migrating towards the street, even without interference from me, if I remember right. I mean, that's standard zombie behavior. If there's a street nearby, they're going to mosey towards it. They just seem to do that. skirmish these slow shamblers. Once I'm... Ah, look at that. There were some to the right there. Alright, skirmish these guys. Book density is already high enough to cause stink. Shema over face. Thin these a little bit. What about, am I 6? No. No, I just got freaked out for no reason. Sounded like there was one on my 6 for some reason. So we have successfully kept our distance from the face slappers, or the fence slappers rather. And now thankfully, unlike a lot of the fences at the checkpoint, this one is a shooting gallery, like a very clear, wide open shooting gallery. So that doesn't mean that it's super tolerable, but it does mean I hate it a little bit less. Let's do an ammo check. I could use another 2 boxes just to get ahead of the possibility of running out. Alright, 50 shots in the bandolier, plus 17 in the backpack. Now it's where there's trees right next to the fence. That's where everything about the fences just gets even worse. You thought fences were bad enough. You thought trees were bad enough. Now they have an alliance. There might actually be some in that cluster of trees right there. I don't think so, but I feel like we're not close enough to hear the ones in the further back. Now, it was this particular fence corner where I learned on Annie that fire bombs will go straight through fences. Not aerosol bombs, as we learned here on Nora. Aerosol bombs do not translate through fences properly, at least they don't seem to. But I don't think we'll be doing much fire bombing here. That is probably not what I'll be doing. We have gotten about 1/9 of the way into aiming level 10. In terms of leveling up our aiming skill, we're actually really close to where I was on Annie. I think we were level 9 at this same juncture, because I remember vividly we got level 10 while I was hitting LSU. I'm going to go ahead and put the respirator on now. See where y'all hear the fence clanking. You hear the clankers, but where are they? We're too far away to be hearing the one like all the way down there. So there's got to be some like maybe right on the other side of that tree cluster. And in order to get up there and kill them, that means I have to get close. And by getting close, that means the stress is going to build up. It's just it's a terrible catch-22. But anybody watching me right now probably is, at least a third of my audience is probably familiar with my rants on fences. They're just, they're not fun right now. Yeah, see there's two on the other side there. Let me wipe them out real fast. Even one inside there. I don't know if I can even kill this guy. Okay. The problem is we probably attracted others over there. Yep, there it is. There it is. Stress phase 1. Or, stress... We are now tense, quote-unquote, tense, on edge. And because of that, our aiming capabilities have been reduced by about 20%. And it would get a lot worse if I stayed there for any longer. And then she heroically ran away from the annoying clanking sound. That's alright. We'll come back. Let's get a refill from water since the we do have a sink in the radio truck here. Does listening to music reduce stress? I don't think I've ever actually tried. I was pretty sure that watching TV, most TV shows, does not reduce stress. I know that there are certain TV shows, specific TV shows, like The Moderators, that actually reduces unhappiness. But I do not know if any of them reduce stress. I can't say I've ever tried. Alright, so we're past the checkpoint. Definitively. Farmley Road. Is that new? I remember there being a gravel path here. I don't remember it being a gravel road. Something about that feels new. We're gonna do a little bit of scouting. This is not... Is this it? This looks way too small to be a road, though. Oh, okay. This just goes parallel to the campsite, or the quarantine camp. And then it gets stopped here due to the checkpoint, which the checkpoint is cornered here. Interesting. I can't remember if this is how it was with Annie. I don't think I actually went in this direction much, if at all, on Annie. So, interesting, interesting. There's a red generator here, but I actually have no way to carry it because of both the Corvette and the vehicle I'm towing right now do not have the trunk space. But it's not too far in this direction to drop it by the side of the road. For losing a pair of boots to a bush, I feel a little bit more hatred for bushes than normal. I hate it when these things fall underground. There we go. A little bit early for fatigue, but Happens to the best of us, I suppose. A little bit more snow is gone. If we get 2 or 3 days without snow, we might actually get rid of it. Make the radio truck there a safe place to sleep. That would serve a similar strategic function to having one of those houses next to the fibber up there. Right, we already checked that one. Parts, nothing good. Hello. Interesting. This one is in good condition. Like, really good condition. It's another survivor. Survivor car. Which is the worst window? Rear right. Hello. Oh, she's doing the thing. Now, because this one is a survivor vehicle and perfectly capable of moving, I'm going to put it on the other side with the other survivor vehicle we have right now. Because in essence, what that means is we have one survivor vehicle of heavy-duty variety and one of standard now. Got in here? Anything interesting? Not really. I knew I should have cut that tree. Close enough. Doesn't need to be a perfect parking lot. Just a neat parking lot with resources that I can come over here and pick up if and when I need to create a kill funnel with vehicular devices. Don't know if I will immediately do that, and even if I do, burned wrecks are, I've learned without any shadow of a doubt that burned wrecks are better than actual cars, but burned wrecks are a hell of a lot harder to move into place than actual cars, so trade-offs. I literally can't open the hood of this thing. It's parked directly in front of that rock. Gas can. That's something that was congenial to my interests. Now, we're not just doing this for the sake of doing it right now. There's a couple of other things at play here. I am kind of trying to give it a couple of... I'm giving it a little bit of time for the... see if I can't let the corpses that are making it hard to traverse through the checkpoint itself. Kind of hoping those corpses will decay in the next day or two. That would be a good thing. I would very much enjoy that, because then I could actually drive through the checkpoint and get everything through without having to drive on eggshells. See, if I had known that I was going to do this, wouldn't have placed these radios here. Actually, I can just pick them up and drop them as items. That's much better. I can do the same with the camera. Something blocking your way? Pick it up and drop. Easy peasy. That's fine. Got my own junkyard going on here. So how many cars is that total? We're up to 4 long cars, 2 little cars, and 1 standard in terms of length. Length is important for if you want to use them for defensive purposes. The length of the vehicle is a significant factor. This one is not, doesn't count. This is a sports car. Sports cars do not need to go in the same pile as standard. Same with that other one down there. And the standard ones here, of course, are, if anybody did not catch it earlier, we found Jackie, and we have her in a containment zone here. I'm not beyond building up a proper dedicated facility to contain her in the river, because the river would be the most ideal form of containment right now. We could literally use the water tiles as a moat, but that's a long-term concern. For now, she's contained. That's the most important thing. So it's these corpses right here along this line. When these decay, it'll be much, much easier to drive through the checkpoint with just any vehicle that I need to. There's probably some other vehicles that I'm not seeing due to the trees. Hang on. If I use this platform up here that I built, can I see over the trees? Yes, look at that. See? This car down here. Didn't see it before because of all the trees. That's going to be a bit hard to get out of there. That's going to be a bit hard to get out of there. I'm probably just going to... Even though it is a longer one, the Cerise wagons are a bit longer. But that's going to be a bit of a pain. Now if I move the tents and cut one tree, I could get it out of there. I mean, hell, if I move the tents and then pick up the... If I move the tents and move the step van, yeah, we got it. Okay. But we're not going to do that right now. For the immediate moment, we're going to go sleep because it is close enough to our bedtime now. Don't want to piss off Jackie too much. We are not here to make her suffer. I cannot imagine what kind of reinforcement complex there is for zombies to want to eat people when they see them. Because they'll walk through any number of barriers to do it. So, probably less painful to not give her temptation. Respirator is off. Maybe I'll have her read a magazine while we wait to go to bed here. Refill water. Alrighty. For anybody joining, welcome. We have reached the checkpoint completely, and we are through the other side. Now we're starting to move things up a little bit. So we are in a logistical phase before the next combat phase. Now, if we get good weather tomorrow morning, I probably will resume combat operations because the weather largely has been telling us what to do over the past couple of weeks. We've had a lot of mornings with really thick fog and a lot of days with lots of snowfall. Of course, I could be listening to the weather report on the radio, but that would be... Well, that would be the smart thing to do, and I don't always do the smart thing, now do I? What I think I'm going to do right now is take one of the survivor vehicles that I've located. I've found two so far here. I'm going to take the Nyala, because the Nyala I have much less use for right now. We're going to take that back to our base and use it to tow, or use a, basically just use this to get back to base where we've got a bunch of other vehicles waiting for us. That said, this thing is full of gas. I wouldn't want all that gas to go to just leave the area for no reason. Let's fill up a couple of tanks. Kind of, it is a big gas tank. It's got 26 liters left. If I siphon 2 more gas cans out, then 6 liters will be more than enough to get back to base. Do I have any cans laying around? If I did, they would be in one of these vehicles, most likely. There we go. I actually think my Corvette could use some gas, so I'm going to siphon one tank here, put it into the Corvette. We actually have 1 liter left. Alright, so now it has 6 liters left. That's more than enough to get us back to base, but it also means we're not wasting any. Because we are not going to be gone very long, it is okay to leave the gates open for now. If we're ever going to be gone longer than, like, I don't know, 6 hours, I'd prefer to close the gates. Oh, look at this. We'll have to wipe these guys out. Respawns will not be tolerated. Theoretically, if I'm... Okay, so I've had people tell me that double airlocking still works, but I haven't tried it in B42. And even then, my experience with it in B41 was very limited. But it should be possible. Get off the fence, dude. It should be possible to double airlock the entire military blockade here, because the number of gates are quite limited. But yes, these are all respawns, and that's no good. So if anybody was not here when I did this before, this is what I would use throwaway cars for, defensively speaking. This was a pretty decent success. There were a few problems with it, though. One, if I could do it over again, I would not use heavy-duty vehicles at all, especially not this step van here. And two, I would have put burned wrecks as much as possible on this side instead of the other side. Reasoning for that is kind of multitude. There's if the car is in any way intact, if it has things that can be shot, such as tires or doors or windows. Now, I knew about the windows. Actually, I was the one who pulled all the windows out of these cars. That's why none of these cars have windows, because I know you can shoot windows. I've also learned you can shoot doors and you can shoot tires. So I suppose, optimally speaking, if you want to use a car that's not a burned wreck as a movement blocker for the zombies, you're going to want to pull the doors, tires, and glasswork off of it. And then you can have your... even then, I don't know. Maybe we can still shoot the vehicle itself and it'll take trunk damage. I don't know. All I know is vehicles seem to be absorbing a lot of my shots. And I don't fully understand exactly what parts of them are absorbing those shots. And I can do nothing about the respawns here. Like, maybe I could double airlock the checkpoints, and maybe not have respawns in the checkpoint, but this is out in front of it. I can't do anything about these guys. Just gotta kill them. Only been about 2 weeks, but that's more than enough time, I suppose. Alright, so here's my primary base of operations for this area. It's got a lot of vehicles loaded with stuff. It's got a generator running. We've also got a calf we brought, and look at that. We brought some fertilized eggs from Riverside and some of... Jesus Christ! Fucking respawns, man. I thought we had cleared this place just the other day. Alright, never assume anything. Literally ever. Don't get comfortable. That's, I almost hear Lemmy whispering in my ear, don't get comfortable. Come on, buddy. If I'm not mistaken, there was somebody who went around the fence that wasn't that guy, but I don't know. They'll make themselves known. Again, there could be more. Demoralizing. Very demoralizing. As Goku would say, demarmalizing. Yeah, see? I told you there was another one over here. My senses did not betray me. Behold, my main base of operations. Swarming with respawns. Inside, too. One of them's about to break one of my windows, even though I don't. Asshole. Fuck back out here. How about now? Tedious, very tedious. But it should, I should have known better. I should have known better. I did this to me by choosing to base at a gas station. I don't even know if it's safe to sleep right now, but it is my bedtime. What does the calf need? We've got a Rhode Island Red chick. That is a female. And we've got a Leghorn male chick. This calf does not, one of the reasons I brought this calf with me is because it would have literally died if I had not. And the reason for that would have been because when I went back to Riverside to pick up a few things before deploying here, I my animal pen was there, and this calf's mother was not producing milk. Don't get me started on how stupid that is and how often it happens. It happens a lot, and there's nothing I can do to get them to start producing milk again. I could be really mean and just leave nature to take its course and make them watch their calves die. But in this case, I decided to take the calf with me, and we'll hand feed it every couple of days. And eventually, that'll grow up to be a cow capable of producing milk. Hopefully it doesn't get stressed to death by being too close to zombies. I'm genuinely impressed it did not get pissed off by all the combat we just had. By taking responsibility for animals, I am not able to discharge the firearm in this area. So that is, that's a thing. Shooting too close to your animals basically means you'll piss them off, and they may never get unpissed off. just eating some junk food for the moment. That'll get our hunger taken care of. And I did not want to sleep. I wanted to just stop by here and pick up some of these vehicles and drive back. But now we're an hour past our second bedtime. We're gonna sleep. Not good for movements at the checkpoint. But as we can see, there's already respawns in the front, so it's a matter of time no matter what at this point. Might as well get moving. So, logistically, step vans can be towed by fire trucks. I regret not exploiting this enough previously. So this fire truck is completely loaded with second wave base building supplies, and both of these step vans are filled to the brim with ammunition. The Plunky Mobile is bigger, but propane delivery here has more relevant calibers. So we're going to take propane delivery first. And when I say it's these step vans can be towed, I mean towed forward. Very important distinction. Most vehicles in this game, with like the exception of a Franklin Pauline, can at least tow another vehicle backwards in reverse. But if you have usually an emergency services vehicle like a fire truck or an ambulance or a police car, any sports car probably too, you'll have sufficient engine power to actually make it out of second gear when you're towing forward. And that is your brake point for towing forward to actually be useful. It's going to take a little while. I don't know if we'll get to third anytime soon, and I don't know if we'll stay there. But the fact that we can at all is a important threshold. And we're going to take a slightly different route back. I'm going to stop by my forward operating base, which is the FOB here at the workshop actually probably should be broken down in the not too distant future here, because it basically is just it was a temporary solution for getting into the checkpoints. Now that we're through the checkpoints, we want our FOB to be probably the LBMW trailer. That's I'm feeling that right now, especially because there were not very many initial spawns around it as far as I could see. Initial spawns, as far as I can tell, initial spawns determine how many respawns you're going to have to deal with. And the fact that there were not that many Zeds around the LBMW trailer initially tells me that that is probably not a bad spot. But yeah, this is the FOB. Just bare bones stuff. Mostly storage. Basic facilities. We'll top up water. And I don't remember if I had any... Yeah, no perishable foods already made. So what we'll do is... we got good weather today, so I don't want to be spending too much time right here. I'm just going to take some ingredients. We're going to take some ingredients, and then we're going to take... some cooking utensils and actually use those ingredients. Oh gosh, I wish. Man, does this no help you keep... No. Basically, in this game, in its current state, temperature outdoors has absolutely no effect whatsoever on food. So you would think if temperatures outside were cold enough, and you kept things out of the sunlight and whatnot, then you would at least get something approximating refrigeration. No, not even close. In this game, the only way to keep something refrigerated or frozen is to run a generator. And I find that to be quite silly, but that's the game we're playing at the moment. While we're here, let's go ahead and pick up one of these bed packages here. Medical beds are super useful because if you're organized, you can take a military backpack and fit the entire bed along with a pillow into it. I have a little bit of room left. We're going to take a couple of these steel sheets for trunk repairs for some of the vehicles out there so that we can use them to collect those red generators. Quite very much so. See, I'm not quite ready to break down the base here yet. So we're not doing that yet, but we're moving in that general direction. So the food, the uncooked food that I just picked up, we will just, we'll use campfires for that until we get a generator with a stove and whatnot. Tedious. Very tedious. Yet another reason the FOB is getting outmoded. As you can see, there's piles of corpses here. These piles of corpses were all respawns. And now there's more respawns. We're doing alright on 357. And I'm carrying a lot of crap right now, so 357 is what we're going to use. At the very least, it's great weather for shooting today. Got out of that tree, pal. Now this part is where towing forward becomes not as good, because we have to off-road just briefly to get out of the parking lot here. And we might lose second gear. That's alright. Just till we get back on the highway. See, this is why I wanted to make sure that there was, like, literally nobody on the road. Because towing forward, especially with a step van, is a bit of a delicate process. I mean, hell, it's so delicate that it's going to be difficult just to get in my side gate entrance. I might have to drive them through individually. Or maybe not. Yeah, we got this, I think. The gates open outwards, so this is gonna be interesting. Nope, this is not happening. I don't want to bump the side of the vehicle. because that's a possible vector for trunk damage. And the size of the trunks of these things is the only thing that makes them valuable right now. This thing needs its battery charged anyway. Surprisingly low. Leave it running for a minute. Mask on. You are now entering the corpse zone. The ones that are more rotting than the ones that are walking. For now, we'll park these two up next to the ambulance and its trailer here. Battery charge is 76. That's not the worst in the world. It is pretty low for a vehicle that's supposed to be one of mine for regular use, though. I might slap it on a charger once I get one deployed. The ambulance has one. Of the generators available locally, only this one is actually fueled. All the rest are, they spawn without gas. This, full driver rate here is the only vehicle we've found locally that has, that had a charged battery and gas in it. If I repair the trunk, it can now fit 169, which is 4 generators plus 9 more encumbrance worth of stuff. We're not going to actually start loading up generators just yet because we don't have any room in our hands. We'll have to drop our stuff off. There's going to be a stove inside the burger joint here. You can use that to cook some food. Stove and a fridge. Oh yeah, actually 2 fridges. So that is this will put some of the perishables that we brought with us in there for now. In fact, that's just all the food I've brought. Just toss it all in the fridge for the moment. Didn't realize that there was a sink in here. Should have figured. Alright, random stuff extracted from backpack. I was going to set up in the LBMW radio vehicle. That's probably the smarter thing to do. But if I get a generator deployed here, I can actually cook right now. So we'll do that as a temporary thing. We won't get too stuck in here. We'll just get it to bare minimum and then move up a bit. Just like we've been doing with the towers for the most part. Whenever I do a generator in a place like this where it could attract attention, the farther away from the base, the better. Because that way, if the zombies get attracted to the generator noise, they'll wander over here instead of wandering directly into the base. Am I an idiot? I thought I filled this generator. Oh, I am an idiot. Okay. Well, let's just stick a, let's siphon 10 liters out of the survivor truck there. I could have swore that I had put gas in that. Oopsie. Alright, so now we can cook ourselves something nice. Don't even have to have the mask on in here because it is technically indoors. And because it is technically indoors, the corpse stench from outside does not carry inside. Because that's how corpse stench works, right? Hey, good morning, good morning. How are we doing today? Get that roast cooking. While the roast cooks, we will remove trash and see if there's anything I can do about getting a door put together here. A knob may be out on hinges. We are most likely unhinged still. What else is new? Wait a second. I didn't know that was a thing. Cool. Very cool. In that case... Nice. That'll, the RV mod I've heard good things about. I'm sure it's a lot of fun. I've also heard some things about it being unstable. Hopefully it works out well. Looks like we got a 70 roast there. Fantastic. I'm gonna go ahead and eat some of that. And now that we have a place with a generator running, we can break down the FOB at the warehouse. I would just like to take the last steps to get this place locked down and safe to exist in, which would involve getting that fridge out of the way. That's good. It is very good. Zomboid's a game that can work on some pretty old devices, all things considered. Okay, there we go. We have removed enough stuff from our inventory that we can pick up a fridge, which weighs 40. If anybody is not familiar with how that works, you must have enough room in your inventory to stay under the hard cap. Under most circumstances, the hard cap is 50. So because fridges weigh 40 and the hard cap is 50, you've got to remove stuff from your inventory until you have less than 10 encumbrance in your inventory. Then you can pick up a fridge. Now, since this Burger Shack does not have a front door, and we're currently unhinged and cannot replace the front door very easily, we should have no problem finding some more hinges back at the FOB. Yeah, I feel like we should have no problem with that. And in the meantime, we use the backpack that we had for the bed there, and just take with us some food, and the half-mask respirator, of course. I suppose I can afford to gear back up. There could be respawns on the road. Everything except the back weapon. Alright, so here's the order of operations now. We are driving back to our FOB, and we are going to, on the way, we're going to pick up some generators from the checkpoint itself, load those up into the vehicular device here, carry them forward. We'll do that on the way back. Snapshot. That works. Glad I remembered to. Respawns are an ongoing process, so just because we killed them all on our way in last night doesn't mean there won't be a bunch more. Right, and here's the FOB. The goal now is to break it down so that the generator does not need to be running anymore. And we'll also go in there and pick up the trailer. Should have multiple pipe wrenches here. We do want to leave behind... Well, I was supposed to leave behind like 1 or 2 cookware items. That's okay. Small form food. Yeah, we definitely want to leave some of that behind. Because I need to be able to... Any field base of mine. Any field base of mine will have some sort of food items in it. For various purposes. If I need to stop somewhere, grab some food. That should always be on the menu. As I feared, we have a lot of doorknobs, but we do not have a lot of hinges. Even over here, we are unhinged. Story of my life. What about the pipe wrench over here? No? Well, I suppose we won't need this particular pipe wrench located here anymore. We've already got local infrastructure built up for that. We don't need it. Plenty of room in this trailer. Go. Hook this bad boy up. Based on the numbers I'm seeing in the trailer right now, I'd like to remove 6.5 encumbrance from it. Because then we can fit exactly 4 floodlights into it. So that's 3, that's 6. That works, okay. So now we have 70 and then 130, so we can fit 4 floodlights into the vehicle. And then I can fit 2 more floodlights into a primary hand backpack. And, oh shit. Oh shit, that was supposed to go in my other hand. Damn it. Oh, damn it all. I just made my life much harder. Dropped the wrong backpack. Oy, See, if I drop one of these backpacks, it takes a lot of effort to pick it back up. I've got to remove stuff first. Okay, here we go. Now I can fit the floodlights into the primary handbag. And got about 6 encumbrance left. Works for me. We'll come back later to pick up the car battery charger itself. This is why when we collect generators, we leave them on the side of the road, because then all we got to do is this. That right there is 4 generators in the trunk of 1 vehicle. Something like magic. By the power of organized. We do good things here. I have to be able to lift that directly into the trunk because I cannot put it in my inventory. My inventory is currently limit broken. What's up, KTO? How we do? We are doing some hard logistics right now. Carrying 4 of the red generators that we recovered in the trunk of this bad boy. We have successfully shut down the FOB at the warehouse, and we're moving the rest of the frozen produce. We're actually setting up in the burger shack up here. Oh, what the hell? How did Jackie get out? Jackie escaped, boys. We're gonna have to figure out something else. Fascinating. I genuinely have no idea how she got out. We're geared up for combat now. We need to figure out what to do with Jackie now that she's escaped. Oh, we got a flu. That is not good. That is very not good. Yeah, that's definitely feeling that. This is an interesting conundrum. See, I'm looking at it, I'm just not seeing how she would have escaped. Maybe a vehicle got loose. She's already... Oh, no, she's still there. Okay. She, yeah, she is now capable of walking out of there. See, okay, I see what happened. My theory about off-map movement not being blocked by vehicles was 100% correct. Because she was still within containment. But she managed to get right here, which enabled her to attack the table. So... off-map migration caused her to move out of the car zone and in... Okay, I see. We learned something important there. Yeah. That is technically correct. Best kind of correct. Now she's gonna break that. And it will not take her long to break that tent. So, well, as fate would have it, I always carry around a shovel and sack with me. We have an option here, and I'm going to try to exercise it. Actually, I have more than just one shovel and sack. I have multiple sacks. Where did I put them? Oh, she already broke it. She moves quick. There's nothing else I can do to contain her right now. Thankfully, at the moment, she's a slow shambler. The most I can do is prevent her from wandering in this direction. One scenario where I am perfectly okay with letting the fence be stupid. I should know that she would be smart enough to not do what other zombies do and start slapping the fence. I should know. This is Jackie J we're talking about here. She is not a dummy. I have a very strong feeling that she's going to lose track of us. But we'll keep on watch. I am not going to... we're not going to actually put our physical safety at risk for her. But I will try a thing because I want to. There is another way to contain a zombie without letting them attack anything. And it is basically the same tactic that I use for building my Riverside base to avoid respawns. Okay, need to mark things because the shoreline will never actually draw itself. Alright, what we got here? We've got one coffee, that's it. Actually, I have a lot of caffeine to work with, though. Actually, going into the forest with her chasing me was a terrible idea. That was a genuinely terrible idea, and I should not have done it. Because now I have no idea where she is. We'll find her, but, yeah. Already pulled the battery charger out of there. See, what we've done over there is we've made a 2 tiles wide of a dirt road. And what we can do with that is trap her on an outcropping there. And that leaves her with far less room to wander. You know what? I'm committing to this operation. I am committing to this operation. I will use coffee for it. One coffee. Not more than. What do you mean? Oh, it's still running. is 1 liter of gas in there. I only need 1. Okay, I probably only need 1. I'm gonna siphon a liter from another. Just to give myself some leeway. Now we just need to find her. We have a way to contain her, again, that may be much stronger than the previous way to contain her, but we must find her first. And that is going to be difficult. I have made my life very difficult in that concern. We've also left, or at least we've stepped away from where she was, and we have learned that zombies do not always maintain the same movement speed. It seems to be random. So, just because it's the same zombie does not mean that she will also be a slow shambler like she just was. And what I'm hoping is that if she's in the area, the vehicle sound will draw her in. If it doesn't, we'll have to do something more drastic to get her attention. Such as tooting the horn. Oh shit, there she is. Okay. Shit. I wasn't quite ready. At least she's still a slow shambler. Okay, so this is where the dangerous part begins. Why am I so over-encumbered? I don't understand why I'm so over-encumbered right now. It's the field kit. Okay. Shit. Thank goodness for her being a slow shambler. If she was fast, this would be impossible. So, here's what we do. We pull the truck forward first. I'm just going to drop the counters here, because this is where we'll need them. I was afraid I wouldn't have the opportunity to expand it, because I was afraid I'd have to go find her, like, right away. But we can make it work. I'm gonna extend it a little further. Alright. Now to get rid of the carry weight problem, I'm also going to leave my rifle on the floor for the moment, along with my kit, with the exception of the hammer. So I'm actually going to need that. Okay, carry weight should not be a problem now. And this is where another dangerous, very dangerous part begins.
Hey!
She could not... Yeah, there she is. Okay. So we've got our plan. All we gotta do is push her. Give her a push. I'm sincerely hoping she's not the kind of zombie who will never go down when I try to push them. I've seen them. Very few situations would ever lead to me purposefully cornering myself with a zombie. But again, this is no ordinary zombie. This is the savior of humanity, whatever's left of them. Damn it, truck, come on now. Okay, that's it. She is incapable of getting to me now. See, I wanted to go further back, though. That's the problem right now. I wanted to go further back. That's okay. For now, this will suffice, but we need other ways to block her movement. That don't rely on the truck. I actually might have to, really don't want to hurt her. Here, I'm gonna play peekaboo for a second. Technically speaking, this is all we have to do to lose aggro. And if we lose aggro, she may wander back a little bit. And then we may be able to back the truck up just a little further. See, the goal was to put one cabinet on each one of these tiles in front of the truck, on the other side of the truck. So that would basically, at least it should, prevent her from ever, because she would have to no-clip through the truck. I can't rule that out, but, yeah, that would, Wait, what? Okay, she's still there. She has not moved. But the problem is, if I leave the area, then off-map migration might trigger. And she would remember off-map migration is what got her out in the first place. We have confirmed that off-map migration ignores vehicles completely. I have another idea. Yeah, I have another idea here. She's no longer a slow shambler, now she is a fast one. I can no longer fast forward either because of how close she is. So again, we're learning interesting things. She is within four tiles or 3 tiles of me, and because of that, I can no longer fast forward the game. So if a zombie ever prevents you from fast forwarding the game, it's because they are within 3 tiles of you. Damn it. I should know that she is not silly enough to blindly follow me in this direction. She knows that the way to get to me is to go around.
Hey!
Now I could do a sheet rope thing. That's a bit dangerous though. Sheet rope, sheet rope is one of those things where you might fail to climb it, if I'm not mistaken. I literally don't use sheet rope ever. I know that if you, I know it's kind of like climbing a fence if you do it. See, at the very least, I should have brought with me a, Oh, I have an idea. I have an idea. This is going to require me to step away. Hopefully, I don't step far enough away to cause problems. But I do have an idea that might work. Now, to be entirely honest, if I come back there and she's already gone through the truck because I've been away long enough for that to happen, then that's not the worst thing in the world. I want her to move so that I don't run over her. So, that's not the worst thing in the world if that happens. Well, tents aren't strong enough to. What I want to do, I mean, I've already got cabinets there, and building around the truck, again, the reason she escaped was because there was gaps between the vehicles and the structure. See, when she escaped, she was standing right here and slapping a table that had formerly been right here. So what the fundamental problem with our containment zone here is that the vehicles were not flush with an object that was containing her. So we've already eliminated most of that problem by, just making it so that 3 out of 4 directions that she is in are non-traversable. We just need to take care of that last direction by boxing in the truck correctly so that there's no room for her to appear between the truck and whatever is attackable. But we've got other problems too. I need to get something to eat really quick. And this generator should get a bit of gas in it. We're going to use this generator to try and lure her away from the truck. See, if she sees us, then she knows how to get to us. And she'll try to go through the truck to get to us, which is not what we want her doing. We want her hearing a generator and just moseying in that direction, if possible. I don't know if that'll work. The generator, she may try to mosey towards it by using the pathfinding correctly, so that might not work. These floodlights are battery powered, so they can go with us. Okay, she has not moved. So let's test our theory about the generator here. So now what I do is I get out of line of sight so that she stops trying to go for me. She's now a fast shambler. So, she is more dangerous than ever before. Damn. Okay, so I think she didn't notice us just now. She's trying to move because she hears the generator, and she's trying to get to the generator because she knows how to get to the generator. So, strike another option. I think at this point, the only option is going to be to try a sheet rope strategy. So I'm going to. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. We've got plenty of wood to work with here. For anybody joining, welcome. We've found Jackie J, one of the heroes of Project Zomboid, and we're trying to contain her without harming her. And that has led to a very interesting situation. I've learned some very interesting things about zombie movement and the way it works off map versus on map. But at the end of the day, we need a mixture of vehicles and structures to actually contain a zombie within an area long term. So, we also need, running a few calculations here. We also need, do I have any rope here? Yeah, I'm not going to do metal walls. As cool as it might look, I'm not quite that obsessed with the rule of cool at the moment. Especially because we have plenty of choppable trees. Been high time to bring the ambulance forward. The ambulance has my axe in it. At this point, I have decided I'm just going to stay up all night. At 7 a.m., I will take caffeine pills. I'm all but certain if I sleep now, the movement will lead her out of containment and into somewhere where I don't know. I've already left my rifle on the floor up at the containment area, and yeah, okay. Wait a minute, where did I leave the axe? It should be in here. Am I a doofus? Did I put the axe somewhere where I should have remembered to pick it up? I most likely did. That would indeed make me a doofus. Ah, roof, okay. So, slight doofus. And when it comes to sheet ropes, I have literally, like I said, I've never used them before for this purpose. So I kind of, we do have one opportunity to see how it works. And when it comes to getting sheets, there's plenty right up the road here. In fact, we'll be using them from where we found Jackie, which is the LBMW radio truck here. All of the windows in here are covered with sheet curtains. And we'll just take those, recover them. I believe if you want to tie a sheet rope, you need 2 sheets? It's been so long. Sheet rope is always something I think about early game. No, just 1 sheet. Okay. Can be used as an improvised escape from upper stories. 1 sheet rope required per level. So wait a minute. Does that mean... it says escape. Does that mean that you can't climb back up sheet rope? Like I said, I've never tried this. So this is why... We're going to test it before we actually deploy it on the place where, I mean, the containment zone, I wouldn't be able to escape it if we did a sheet rope and it didn't work. I literally would be trapped in there with Jackie forever. That doesn't sound very like a very good idea. Okay. 6 sheet rope ought to be enough. Oh, they can attack it, huh? Did not know that. Yeah, learning plenty of new things today. So the place that we can actually test the sheet rope is right here where we previously had her contained. So it requires 2 sheet rope, hammer and nails. So we can climb it. Okay, good to know. What is the failure rate? I need to understand that. I assume there's a failure rate. I want to assume it's just like trying to climb a fence. It blows a bunch of exertion and there is a chance that you could fail. That is my current theory. That does sound like a very Zomboid thing right there, doesn't it? In any case, we have an axe, spare box of nails, and some planks. We can get something like this built quite easy now. Is there no way to recover the escape rope though? Yeah, this is not real elvish rope. That's okay. right, okay. So as long as our stamina is okay. Whoa. That's not good. I thought I was clear through that path. Thankfully that was a front collision. Imagine saying those words. Do not worry, Jackie, I will have you safely contained not long from now. What the? How did she ignore me enough to just... That's, she didn't move back far enough, though. But I am genuinely shocked that she decided to move back. Now, the problem is now, I could move the truck back further, but then, whatchamacallit, I would not be able to get out of the truck. I mean, that's going to be a problem no matter what. Yeah, I should have thought through. I should have thought that through before. I cannot get out of the truck. This is a blessing in disguise that it happened this way, because if I had actually gotten the truck further in, I would have had no choice but to pull it forward to get out. Interesting. So... the problem remains the same, but the solution has become much more difficult, actually. Yeah, the solution has actually become very difficult now. I think we got this, but let's, we'll probably have to use those cabinets as sacrifices, which is no big deal. Let's see if I can actually get to the cabinets. There we are. Now the fact that she has moved this far up means I could lead her out and then try this whole thing again. If I would do that, then I would do it slightly differently. We can get her boxed in there real good without ever getting into the truck. But we'll need the escape rope. And that's going to require us to build something, so... Okay, I'm overthinking it again. It is about 7 a.m. I can now safely take the caffeine. If I took it sooner, that would not be good. Alright, how many planks am I going to need total? We've got 12 here, and then 12 here. That should be more than enough. This is a containment zone. This is a containment zone. We're just attempting to contain Jackie here. That's all we're trying to do. And it's a challenge. I find this to be a very interesting challenge. I understand that this is not probably the most peak content that I could be doing in this area, but I find this very intriguing. Oh, so it's not floating. Okay, so a little bit about building on river tiles. River tiles, you can build it in several ways. Any floor tile that you can build, like a wood floor, steel floor, clay tile floor, those kind of base floors. You can also you can use dirt, sand, or gravel as well. You can just pour those out and it will replace the water tile with a dirt, sand, or gravel. Now gravel operates just like a floor tile where it just puts down a perfect square line. Dirt and sand generate shorelines, but the game does not know how to generate a shoreline for a dirt tile that is only one tile wide. So technically speaking, we actually have a dirt bridge right here. It is just, the problem is it's only one tile wide. So we went all the way this far back and then put the generator here so that I was trying to use the sound of the generator to lure her over here. Unfortunately, I should have known she's a lot smarter than that. This is Jackie J we're talking about here. She's trying to go around still because she knows that's how to get to me. So this particular generator idea was a dud for now. So what we're doing now is we're going to actually build a staircase out here, and then we're going to use a sheet rope. Makes sense, yeah. She is currently walking on water. I don't think she'll be turning water into wine anytime soon. We are going to need a total of 13 planks to build stairs. And then 1, 2, 3 planks for floors above. And then if we still have room, 2 planks for the gate. Okay. Now this is going to make things very difficult because she's currently a fast shambler. In the course of this operation, we have successfully learned that zombies, even if it's the same zombie, will have different speeds based on I don't know. Their speed is actually random. That's the best I can come up with right now, is that their speed is random. And it changes every time you leave and then come back to an area. Okay. The hell? I don't know where those came from. I unironically have no idea what just happened there. That's unusual. It only happened when I tried to put down a fence. I'm just going to assume that that is an unusual problem and is not actually reflective of anything that's there. So, putting down a fence here. I can now put down an escape rope. Now in my backpack, I have 2 cabinets. This is extremely dangerous. Again, this is extremely dangerous. One of the most dangerous things I've ever done. Even more dangerous than the military research facility, because even that place has has a way out, at least. If something happens to that escape rope, I literally have no way out. Okay. Okay, here's the thing. If I have to kill her, I will. I don't want to, but if I have to, we'll do what we have to do. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, okay. Alright, we are now behind her. We got an error in the console, I don't even know why. I am unpacking the counters. I'm actually going to drop them, I suppose. Is it faster to drop them? I think it's going to be faster to drop one and then equip the other in my secondary hand. Now, what are these counters for? These are just to briefly keep her all the way back here. Just temporarily. She will eventually destroy them both, and that's fine. I don't care. I just need to keep them. I need that to use them to hold her in place back here. So, alright, so here goes nothing. Right this way, Jackie. Now I'm standing on her chest. She can't get up. I'm gonna have to push her down again. Now I pick up the other counter. And push her down again. Okay. Standing on top. Okay, she is now contained back here. Now I climb the escape rope. Okay. So as soon as I go down around here, she's going to start attacking the cabinets. That's perfectly fine. She'll eventually break them. But they just need to hold her long enough for me to get that truck all the way back there. And how am I going to get the truck back there? We attach it to the ambulance and then push. I should have tried to do this from the start. This is much better than what I had in mind before. And now the truck is in place and I can't get out of the ambulance. Shit. Hang on. If I do that, can I get out? No. Okay. So we do have to pull the truck forward just slightly so I can get out and then detach. Problem is, no, I think we're good. We're good. We're good. We are good. Now, just for good measure, I'm going to back up a little bit here. And then line of sight her for a minute to see if I can get her to stop attacking the counter. Now that we're out of line of sight, still attacking it. Where's my axe? Should have dropped it on the floor back here. Yes. Look at that. She already... Okay, she destroyed it, but then she stopped. Okay. No, it's Jackie. We literally saw her come out of the LBMW truck. There's no other zombie it could be. It is Jackie. The chances of another zombie having that exact... I mean, again, just so everybody knows who I'm talking about here. This here is Jackie J. That's what she looks like in real life, or before she became a zombie. So we got the right one. Absolutely. Hair color match, outfit match. I don't see her shoes. But yeah, it's her. It's her. No, no ends, ifs, or buts about it. So she destroyed one of the counters. Like I said, those are sacrificable because those are not the long-term solution to prevent her from hopping into or coming out of that place. The long-term solution is to have the truck in front of a wall, and the wall needs to be close enough to the truck that she cannot appear between them. Okay, I think that's close enough. Yeah, look at that. I think that is close enough. No, this is no zombie. This is one of the heroes of Project Zomboid right here. I'll if anyone would like to, I've actually already explained it a few times, but I will go ahead and link. Jackie J. That's a link to the wiki article about her. What she did is she broke the story about the zombie apocalypse, what was going on here, before any of the governments officially acknowledged what was going on. So, in so doing, she managed to inform a lot of people about what was going on, possibly saving many, many, many lives in the process. Possibly. It is questionable as to how many people would have a chance even if they knew, because of the way the rest of this game's lore is. But that is, she gave them the tools, and she armed them with the knowledge, so I should say. I probably don't need this on this side. We can disassemble this one. Now, I think these might not actually prevent off-map migration if they are not boarded up. So I will board them up, but I would prefer to put something stronger than just boards. I'm also very curious what would happen if I tried to climb through that window. Would it just put me in front of the car? I have no idea. Okay, for now, she should be permanently contained. The problem that allowed her to escape last time should not apply unless somehow the off-map migration allows her to move and then end up, like, no-clipped into the car. And if that's the case, if we come back later and she's, like, no-clipped into the car, then basically it's impossible to contain zombies permanently, because she would be able to break out of that eventually. But that is, we'll see how that theory pans out, if it does. In the meantime, we have an observation platform to work with. That's a little bit spooky. Alright. So now that Jackie should be contained in a much stronger way, especially, so the previous containment area did not have a, was not very protected from other zombies. So other zombies would end up coming along and slapping some of the stuff that was supposed to keep her boxed in. Mission success. I'm going to call that a big success. I'm going to kit back up here, and we are going to continue our hunting journey. I appreciate everybody sticking around if this wasn't your cup of tea. I find things like this very enjoyable, even if it is a bit of a silly side quest. I'll leave the 2 sheet rope here as spares. Now, whatever this is, and I still never figured out exactly what this is, I feel like it's going to disappear when we come back. Like right now, whatever that is, that's like, it's probably just a part of a glitched shoreline problem, something like that. So I was supposed to leave a crappier battery in the truck, this one right here. Unfortunately, things didn't pan out, and I had to just use the truck as is. So right now the truck is stuck, and it's never coming out of there. And that's whatever, it's fine. Not worried about that. We no longer need this floodlight immediately, but I will leave it in the area for observation activities. We don't have the capacity to carry the generator. We would have to come back here and carry it by hand. That's fine. We have a literal billion of red generators. We can live without taking that one for now. We'll just come back for it later. Now comes the most dangerous part of trying to exfiltrate from a tight forest like this. Not running my trunk into something. I believe I see a path. Yeah, that is the thing. In my head, we're doing it because we haven't given up that there might be a cure out there, but I know there's not a cure. Nora doesn't. And my headcanon tells me that Nora knows who Jackie is, and how she may have saved lives elsewhere. Not here, because, you know, everybody here was already dead. But elsewhere in the world, possibly. Zombies are normally too dangerous to try to save like that. But, see, here's another thing. I always like to play this game as if, you know, NPCs were a thing. If I had an NPC, an ally NPC that was very important to me, but got bitten at some point, I would probably have a containment field just like that already prepped to deal with that. That is something I would probably do. Just for role-playing, I mean, it's fun. Sometimes like, I've said this before about Zomboid, you gotta make up your own fun sometimes. If you just rely on what the game gives you and nothing else, and you don't try to, you know, make bricks with the clay, for example, you're probably gonna get bored of that at some point. Very bored of it. Oh, did I? What, do you recall what he looked like? Because I never found any screenshots of him. We are firing up a roast here because we are quite hungry. Oh, yeah. Well, so we tried to do that on Annie, and I think it was successful. Yeah, I managed to get a burial for her on Annie. That was my previous character who went this direction. And I kind of, as strange as this sounds, I kind of wanted to top that. We have successfully given her a burial at the press conference site over there. In this universe, she is being kept under observation, as it were. So that is our food for the day. And did I leave my rifle up there? I think I left my rifle up there. So I'm probably going to run back up there on foot, get my rifle, and then come back here. And we'll proceed. We'll get some shooting done for the rest of the day, like I was supposed to. First, I'll check the ambulance. The logical thing would have been to put it in the ambulance, but I don't always do the logical thing. And in this case, I did not. Wait a minute, I'm an idiot. It's on my back. Let's pretend that didn't happen. Let's pretend that didn't happen. I have been known to be scatterbrained. How about in the meantime, another box of 357 to go with us. Now, I tested something last time. I'm going to test it again when we get up to the fence area. Coffee isn't in there, so we actually used it all up. And that's fine, too. We're going to use the Corvette for traversal because it is a lot faster. And we should, theoretically, we shouldn't need the ambulance right now. Alright, here is some more sniping targets. Back into combat mode here. ambient weight. It's a little high because I'm carrying a kit that I don't need right now. This kit should be... We'll place the kit in the trunk if I can here. Of course I can't. The Corvette is actually quite full. I'll just leave it on the floor. That's fine. If I carry around the kit, I will. I'll lose my stamina very fast. It's too heavy. So the corner of this fence, we've got a very easy solution to that as long as we got good weather outside. But there's another thing I wanted to test. I wanted to test ear protectors. I have tried this before. It was a long time ago. We're going to wear ear protectors. This is going to reduce our hearing capabilities. So it's actually really dangerous for zombie combat normally. But I want to say that it's going to, or at least I want to see if it has any impact on the stress gain from fence thumping. If we get stressed, then I'm just going to turn around, run away, and leave these behind. I already feel like we've lasted longer, but then why, for some reason, they stopped. Why did they stop? Why can't they stop more often? Okay, we've already lasted way longer than we should have. Guys, I think they worked. Holy crap. We would have beat... Okay, never mind. It may have prolonged it. But it definitely didn't eliminate it. So we are now stressed from the noises, despite wearing hearing protectors. So, if it has an impact... okay, so if we look at the little red bar there, it says hearing impairment, and it looks like that's like 40% full, that little bar there. So that actually kind of tracks with what I just experienced. It does feel like the stress buildup was slower. So that's interesting. It also didn't feel like the zombies that were attacking me, didn't seem like I was having any trouble hearing them come attack me. So I don't know what to make of that. I'm going to hold on to those. I'm not going to put them back on because, of course, I can just do this. I'm talking about, I wanted to test those for situations where I won't have the freedom to just hang back and shoot them from this far away. There will be plenty of those. You really think it does nothing, KTO? It felt like that definitely. I mean, it feels over reels right now, but that did feel like it happened slower. But it still happened, and that's the important thing right there, is that it still happened. Yeah, I'm just curious if it's like, you know, if my theory is correct, then it happened 40% slower, but because of how quickly it happens by default, 40% slower is not going to give you that much time. It might just be time enough to go up with, like, maybe do a shotgun ambush if there's a big cluster somewhere. Putting on hearing protectors and then rushing up. Blowing away a bunch with the shotgun and falling back, taking them back off. That might be. I mean, I've already been doing hit-and-run strategies just like that, but every time I do it, it does result in a little bit of stress being taken. So forestalling that stress, I could see a niche use case for that. In any case, looks like we've got a fair few coming from the right, around from behind the fence now. Falling back just a little bit, we're going to focus on the fast ones. Can't hit that guy. There's one in that tree cluster again. It's possibly one of the worst places for a fence thumper to be stuck in. I might be able to get, if there is one in the... I'd get them if I flank them from back here. No. That stupid tree cluster right there is basically just a... That's just basically a fucking wall. I literally could not shoot in there if I tried. I would have to, like, point blank them with a knife or something. Wait a minute, I can see them, but I don't get a red crosshair. So despite being able to see them, I still don't get a red crosshair and am unable to actually... Yeah, okay. Fences are stupid. More news at 8. You know the joys in life. Having a decent revolver bolt action setup. I think we are out of 762. So we're only going to focus. We're going to save the rifle just for the fence thumpers now. Getting more from the right now. Okay. Interesting. Still some to the north. I'm surrounded. Not really, but definitely 3 out of 4 directions. To the right. Fast. I prefer to catch him before he comes across the street. We are starting to get overwhelmed here. I may not have enough revolver for this. Especially not at that consumption rate. 9 mils coming out. Check. 44 for the Magnum. Gonna wait till optimal range. Hello, falling back. There's too many coming from the south. We need to fall back a little farther. We're gonna have a bite to eat while we walk. Alrighty. We're definitely getting a huge chunk of the hospital horde here, and I'm not 100% sure of the origin of everybody who's now coming from the right side down here. We had already moved up and made tons of noise. Therefore, if there were people in the forest there that we didn't see initially, they should have come out of the forest a long time ago. So these guys may be from the chain link fence that we were talking about earlier. It's hiding a rather large commercial area. These guys may have been like, maybe they went all the way around or something. Because the amount we're seeing now is congruent with a Louisville commercial area. Everybody coming from the north is most likely from the hospital area. They have probably dispersed a little bit from the hospital parking lot, where most of them initially would have spawned. For anybody joining, welcome. We are past the Louisville checkpoint and just making ingress into 31 West towards Louisville. And I am not wasting ammo, but not being extremely efficient with it. I really should be skirmishing the slow ones, and I should be saving bullets for anybody who moves slightly faster than slow shambler. I've opened my last 2 boxes, so I have a total of 138 Magnum or 357 shots now. I am curious if there's something that gives higher hearing impairment than the ear protectors. I feel like 40% is the highest I've seen. but I usually don't pay attention too much to the amounts. Usually when I see something gives hearing impairment, I just delete it from my memory banks and stop paying attention to it. Because normally the idea of hearing impairment is anathema to me. Because I need to be able to hear zombies incoming. My echolocation is one of my strongest survival skills. Yeah, no idea on the origin of those coming from the right side there. The shots we had, we do still have about 15 shots left with the rifle, but that is going to be reserved for just dealing with the fence slappers. Snow is very slowly going away. I'm probably in need of a sharpen here. No? How's the sword holding up? It's 90%. Whenever it fails to one shot multiple times in a row, I get a little sussed out. Definitely plenty to the right side there. Oh, what if I did... Let's try that. Let's try that. Ear protector's on. Let's just roll up and see how long it takes to get strapped. Didn't seem like we got stressed at all, and I'm okay with that. The ear protectors are lightweight enough that I don't really have to worry about how much they weigh when I carry them around. Hell, I could fit them in my satchel, my field satchel, if I had the carry weight to carry it around. gripping my mouse a little too tight. That was a case where I hit R. R is the shortcut to sharpen your blade if you have a sharpening stone, and it requires sharpening. But there's a problem with it where it doesn't put your sharpening stone away afterwards. So I don't always just use R. Okay, we are out of 762. I think we have done a productive job today. I'm gonna go ahead and fall back. I've been at this for 4 hours. I may not be able to go all day today. There are a few things I have to do, seeing as I'm not going to be able to get out of it anymore. Starting my on-site working career tomorrow, there's a few things I've got to take care of tonight. Not too much, but definitely got to do an extra 2 loads of laundry today. Half of the outfits that I would wear when I worked on site, half of them were I put them in vacuum seal bags because I was not sure if I would ever use them again. And when I have outfits, because I mean, you know, I live in an apartment without a lot of room in it, so when I'm not sure if I'm not going to wear an outfit sometime soon, I put it in a vacuum seal bag and stick it in my closet. So I've got to get all those out, iron them, and yeah, that's a lot of fun. I may have left one of my military backpacks on the floor next to where Jackie's containment area is. So before we go to bed tonight, I'm going to go visit, make sure that she's still good, and make sure that my other... Oh, no, it's not. Okay, never mind. We don't have to do that yet because it was in my main backpack the whole time. We do not have a coffee machine here, so I cannot update my coffee. That's fine. We will eventually have a coffee machine. We've got 1 bite of this roast left. We actually can't sleep here yet, even though I put a bed. We need to get a door replaced first. Interesting. We could afford that. Yeah. 4 scrap metal. Okay. Now we just need hinges, because we are still unhinged. We have 1 hinge in here. Yeah, I know, right? I want Jackie J as an NPC that we can recruit as a survivor. Absolutely, 100%. I'm actually gonna go steal a door hinge from the Porta-John, whatchamacallit here. Beautiful. So we have a safe place to sleep now. One of these floodlights can just go upstairs. I do enjoy my floodlights, but I don't need so many of them that I don't need so many of them that they are that they're actually gimping my ability to move forward. I don't need that many. Alright, and we can get to bed on time. Mask off. You do not sleep in the mask. That stresses us out. First time sleeping this far forward. Alrighty. Got a bit of the separation of the bags here. Should also probably keep small form electrical that is back up in this same bag as my reading material and memorabilia material. That makes sense to me. Let's get our kit organized here. We're supposed to be carrying... We need our main keyring, and I don't think we're going to need the Valley Station keyring anymore. Unless we are... Honestly, that Corvette probably goes... That can go in my main keyring. I have a lot of keys that I don't need on my ring right now. But what else is new? Each keyring, both Louisville and Valley Station, they can both get a keyring to the Army. Alright, and now I need to reorient my bags. So main backpack on the floor, bandolier on the floor, and even Alice kit on the floor. And because I have to put my Alice kit down, that messes up my firearm slot, so I have to drop the holsters as well. But now my key rings are in the correct places, so I can gear back up. The order is Alice belt, ankle holster, double holster, bandolier. And if I'm going to be wearing it, the kit goes next. Followed by the backpack. Honestly, the bandolier is TBA. That could go in either spot. Let's put these 9mm magazines that have been expended and replace them with fresh ones. We have expended 50 M9 magazines since starting the Valley Station / Louisville operation. Most of them have been used properly. Some of them maybe not quite so much. I shall not split hairs over that. As long as they hit a zombie, they've been used. And before we go to sleep, we shall make a couple of roasts. So half of this roast is going to be mostly leftovers. The other half of it is going to be big chunk. I do not think we're quite at the point where we need to start gaining weight yet, but... Oh, actually, yeah, we're starting to get close. We are starting to get close to weight gain territory. Suppose it couldn't hurt to go ahead and butter these up. We will not get into weight gain just by buttering these things up. But that's okay. I will cook them tomorrow morning because it's already 4 a.m. If I'm not mistaken, that looks like fog today. Oh man, gotta love the no shooty gas. Oh man. Let's get the roasts cooked. $80 roast each. Okay, we're going to have her rest for just a moment. I need to step away briefly IRL. I will not be gone long. I just have to, well, I'll be a little bit longer than I normally am because I do have to start a load of laundry. But again, it should not take that long, probably just 5 minutes tops. And then I will be back. We'll see what we can get done in the fog today. We might mostly be doing logistics for a bit, depending on when the fog lets up. So we will be... yeah, we'll be getting something done. It probably won't be major combat ops because, yeah, with fog, I hate getting into fights in the fog. It's just not a good idea. So I'll be right back, and we'll see what we can get done. One moment, folks. Alrighty, folks. I appreciate everybody sticking around. So I may have to call, like I said before, I may have to end things a little earlier today, but we've got at least one day left in game here. Yeah, once I get a full cycle of laundry through, and I'm not sure exactly how long it's going to take because I might have to hit the dryer a few times, but once I finish that, I'll have to fold my clothes, and I'm not going to make everybody wait for that. That's going to take like 30 minutes. It's fine. We'll go ahead and call it when I get to that point. So we'll definitely get another day and maybe another 2 days. See how this plays out. Got our food. Gets a little B because it's sort of a just an outpost sort of base. Now, what I would like to do, and I have no idea if we'll make it. We have Jericho right here. And I don't know if that's going to become something like an official base, or if if it's been looted and trashed, maybe there's a high spawn rate in the parking lot. That all depends. I would like to scout that out today. In fact, let's just blitz our way there right now. I would prefer not to leave it up to chance entirely. So we're going to blitz our way there now. Let us not carry around too much dead weight here. Some of these welding torches will be necessary because we may want to weld apart a fair number of cars at the blockade. There's going to be a blockade. And it is no longer necessary for me to be carrying around building stuff in the Corvette at the moment. So we want the torches, but everything else can hold off. There will be plenty of opportunities for scrap metal up ahead, so this is now a low priority thing. Like I said, the fog is not showing any signs of clearing up. So I do not expect to see us doing too much long-range shooting right now. I'm going to go ahead and leave the rifle behind. I will take a few more boxes of 357 instead. We'll open one and take 4 spares. That's an easy number. So we're not hoping to get into a big ground war, but we're armed for one in case we need to. Corvette is my best towing vehicle and my fastest, so it makes for a fantastic scout car. Once we're past the stench zone here, we may take off the mask for now. Dush. Nobody cared who I was till I took off the mask. Alright, now delving into unknown territory. So that is, that chain link fence there is all part of the same commercial sector that I was talking about earlier. St. Peregrine's Hospital is not looted and trashed. Am I going insane? Hang on. Hang on. I didn't think that would be possible. St. Peregrine's Hospital is not looted and trashed. It was when I think it was when I came here on Annie. I genuinely don't remember. But, yeah, in any case, oh, hello. That's going to be a survivor group, isn't it? The clustering. The clustering tells me this is a survivor group. Show me somebody with a backpack here. I'm gonna orbit them real quick. I'm not seeing anybody. Okay. Not a survivor group then. Okay. Shame. Usually, initial spawns you don't see them cluster that tight, but this is also Louisville, so I don't also I've never really like plunged into Louisville like this before. Every time I've been here, which is once, I have turtled so incredibly slowly that I've never actually seen what groups look like when you just rush right in. So this is the Cloverleaf. There's pretty much always a traffic jam here. I should know better than to try to do this. I am currently not in a situation where I'll be able to get things out of the way without being constantly harassed. At least I don't think I am. I mean, if I can kill this one and anybody else who's tailing me without discharging, then theoretically I can clear the obstruction here. Got a series of fast chamblers there. I predict so the forest around me right now, as well as the residential areas to the north, probably crawling in my crawl. But if we are not extremely loud about what we're doing here, as in no gunshots, which I mean we're already surrounded by no shooty gas anyway, we might be able to get a chunk of this place cleared up nice and easy. Clean enough to do a couple of movements. Let's take care of this group first. We don't need to go down this particular road in this direction. At least not yet. But these guys will be annoying if we let them live. Or let them remain upright. noon 30 and still fog. That's no fun. Alright, 1300. Let's see if the fog clears up. Looks like we got a group forming further down the road there. That's no problem. We are technically making a fair bit of noise by towing. Despite the fact that I got a performance muffler, it is still, towing is a loud activity. It doesn't sound as loud, but it is loud. That probably explains why they're moving towards us slowly. Even if only a couple of them are actually aggroed at the moment. I'm gonna put the, just gonna put the shema up. I usually don't like to run laundry while I'm playing Zomboid or streaming anything really, because I don't know if you guys can hear that, but there is a, it almost sounds like somebody's hammering something in the background. I have a condenser mic, so it probably doesn't pick up any background noise, but I like to imagine that, well, no, there's also the high-pass filter out. I always forget that I have a high-pass filter on. There's a, it's a 20 decibel high-pass filter, so the mic innately cuts out certain frequencies. It's one of the reasons, if you guys ever hear me rage out, it actually doesn't, like, you know, my voice kind of cuts out a little bit when I rage. And I'm actually kind of okay with that, because I don't want to subject my viewers to nerd rage screaming 500 decibels. it's fine. It's you can tell that I'm nerding out. See, most streamers use headphones to get around the problem of background noise. I prefer a more creative solution, but there is absolutely merit to the standard approach. 200% rage. Machete's ready for a sharpen. $1,300 is come and gone, and the fog is still here. Truly cursed. At least the snow on the ground is starting to clear up. Can't wait for the more snow to come along and just completely backfill. How do you make good spears? Blacksmithing. A hunting knife on a hunting knife spear. If you can't blacksmith your own things, find a hunting knife and put that on a spear. That's pretty good. A pitchfork is also a good option, but those are not anywhere near as common. Pitchforks are actually not that bad at killing Zeds. But I can't remember the last time I found one. Wasn't really looking for it, but they're very rare. But yeah, blacksmithing will get you spearheads and long spearheads. I think you only need to be blacksmithing level 6 to get the best spearhead. You do need the recipe, which of course is locked behind a random obscure magazine, so standard loot rules apply there. We actually have, somewhere in the nearby area, we have a spearhead that we made. I don't know if I'll be using it. The spears, I really strongly dislike spears in this game right now, unless something about them changes. Right now, spears, what they really are is a weapon that comes with an animation lock to get the most use out of it. Right, so you want to use a spear to, like, poke a zombie through a fence. Very, very, very useful thing to do, except for the fact that it takes 1 full second to poke a zombie through a fence, and during that second, you are animation locked. You cannot move. As somebody who's played a lot of this game and basically worships freedom of movement, no, I will never animation lock myself unless I have no other choice. Or, I did fuck around with spears intentionally a little bit in Muldraw, but I gave up on it pretty fast. It's just, I would sooner run up to a fence and poke them with my knife six times than stand there and poke a spear twice, because at least the knife barely animation locks me. It doesn't animation lock me at all. I'm pretty sure I can continue moving while poking a knife through a fence. Yeah, it's really, I understand why the Indie Stone does it, but I always felt that was like, if you're going to do that, if you're going to give us an animation lock, I feel like spears should actually be more powerful. Like, they should have a higher chance at insta-killing through a fence than they currently do. It actually takes like 5 or 6 pokes. I'm currently, I got to level 3, and it still sometimes takes like 5 or 6 pokes with best in slot spear in order to get through in order to kill a zombie, unless I get lucky. There is crit chance is everything with a lot of these bladed weapons. And if you crit, even at low levels, a crit is usually enough to one-shot a zombie, depending on your moodles. Always depending on your moodles. Whoops. Block the driver's seat. I don't think that even damages your vehicle. I just don't like doing it on principle. There we go. It is off the road, technically. I'm not going to dismantle them yet. Maybe the ones in, like, the dead center of the intersection. Like, those 5 right there. I think I will go ahead and dismantle those 5. But the rest of these, where we've got a lot of room to leave them on the side of the road, I would much prefer to leave them on the side of the road. It's where, in the middle of the road, where we don't have room. I'll save my torches for that. See, the way I figure it with spears, if you're going to be leveling blacksmithing at all, just do swords. There are swords you can start making much lower level blacksmithing. I usually go straight to, see, my gameplay flow, early game, involves me using a a non, one of the starter weapon skills, like short blunt is my go-to usually. I could achieve the same effect probably with long blunt or axe. My current build is short blunt heavy for early game. But usually what I do is I explore the map and try to secure all of the blacksmithing books and all the resources to build forges and whatnot, so that I can, and then of course enough materials to burn, so that I can just level blacksmithing straight to level 10. By reading the books and having enough materials to play with. Looks like the fog is about to clear up. All the way at 1500 hours. I think I'll be able to get another day in today. Washer is still running. It's after the dryer is done that I'll have to start calling it. Got to fold your clothes, and well, some of them I got to iron, the rest I just got to fold. But I have learned through painful, long time took me to learn this, that clothes are easier to fold while they're still warm. If you wait and let them get cold, then they get wrinkled and they stay wrinkled. I thought my mom just always did the laundry for me. She never taught me shit like this. It's the downside to having a very, very kind mother. She just did the laundry for me. She never actually taught me this shit. Life basics that I sometimes struggle with because I never had to do them growing up. You could almost say my parents didn't give me enough chores. Yeah. I really just wish the animations were just a little faster. Or, better yet, make the animations go faster as you level up. If that, in and of itself, would be a big silver lining. And most importantly, it would be a reason to level spears. Right now, leveling spears, to me, feels like getting a greater chance at a 1-second stun lock to myself every time I'm fighting. That doesn't sound very appealing. But if the 1-second stun lock became not 1 second, but rather, I don't know, spear level 10, maybe it's 0.1 seconds. Maybe it's literally just a tenth of a second to poke a zombie's brain through its eye sockets when you're level 10 spears. That would give me a very strong incentive to level spears. Because then, at max level, it would be, I'd be killing them almost as fast as the sword, but from even farther away. And that would be congenial to my interests somewhat. But yeah, I don't, until they do something about that 1-second animation lock, just give us some sort of an out. I don't care if it's a 1-second animation lock for low-level spears. Give us something to work towards. The devs of this game have no problem giving us things to work towards. So, they should do it there, too. That is my 2 cents on spears. Maybe a little bit more than 2 cents. You can't get me yapping and just get a little bit. That's not how I roll. We do big yap here. All right, so we are we're shooting effective now. So I think we made good progress on getting a little bit of area clean here. I'm gonna go ahead and do what I said I was initially gonna do. I kind of realized when I got to this intersection that I was like, exploring new territory in pea soup fog is not the best idea. So we are going to continue exploring now that the fog is lifted, and we're going to see what Jericho looks like. If it's not looted and trashed, I will feel very, very, very happy. I will feel very happy, and it will sadden me that I will not be able to stream Zomboid for a few days after today. But perhaps it will give me something to whet my appetite. Something that I didn't consider until just the other night is that while I'm at work on site, I can't live stream. I would never live stream while I'm at work on site. But there's nothing stopping me from working on some videos here and there. I've said this before, but my day job is very work heavy in the morning, and then it tapers off to basically nothing, which is one of the reasons I'm able to start streaming, 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on weekdays usually. But my ability to do that is hampered now for 3 days of the week. but that even though I can't stream, I might be able to get video editing done. So the silver lining to me not being able to stream 3 days a week, at least not in the mornings, I may actually be able to release some more interesting videos. Depending on the quality of edit, those videos would either be on this channel here, or they would be on my main channel. I don't think my main channel is linked in the description. It's youtube.com/thunderbraze. That's my main channel. The I'll definitely, like, you know, I'll post channel updates and whatnot. So if you actually are interested in seeing my more interesting edited videos, I will post an update. So feel free to subscribe for that, and you'll see it when it happens. But the yeah, I definitely do feel like I should be doing some standalone videos, because I kind of had an epiphany when I was watching that other guy's video. I linked it in chat earlier. But you can't really make the case for B42 through extreme long-form content like live streams like this, right? So if I want to try to articulate the pros and cons of B42 properly, this format right here, 8 to 12 hour live streams, it's not going to capture the attention of the casual viewer. The folks who watch my stuff are either folks who really like Project Zomboid as it is, or really just enjoy the yap or the background noise or something like that. It is not, I'm not catching a lot of people who are, like, you know, new to Zomboid and want to learn more about it but have qualms with it, right? The people who I would prefer to, or I mean, like, you know, I do want to court an audience that would like to know more about this game, right? And the information overload that comes with a long stream like this that's a high threshold to cross. I don't know if I'm making too much sense right now, but I'm trying to, it makes sense to me, right? So I knew the moment I saw this intact garage door that we're good. Jericho is not looted and trashed. And look at how few zombies are right here. This place, this is the second time I've had this area not looted and trashed, and no initial spawns in the parking lot, or at least not in the front. Now, as soon as we go beyond the parking lot, there will be plenty. That's never a question. But yeah, the strategic value for this place is that both of these, the building is shaped kind of like an L, but these two walls on the outer side of the L, these two walls right here, not a single point of entry. There's nothing for the zombies to attack to get in. They have no choice but to go all the way around. It is technically true for the same on the inner side here, but you don't really, there's not that much zombie approach vector from this side. You do have the fence on the other side here. But yeah, I've blazed this place many times in the past because it's great. I love it. In fact, I love it so much that now that we are here, I'm going to use what daylight I have left in me to protect the windows from those dudes in the corner. That may require me to, I might have to sprint up there, to be honest. Because, yeah. I don't want any of them to get stuck on the window. See, look at that. Typical spawn patterns for this side of the joint right here. This is typical. Oh, share the link? Oh, yeah. Hang on. Give me a minute. As soon as I get this group handled, I'll go ahead and post the link. Okay. That is the main channel right there. As you can see, I've got a lot of subs. It's only because of this video. I made this on a whim. It's a 14-minute mix that took me like 10 minutes to make. It literally took me less time to make than the video's length itself, and just by a fluke of YouTube, almost 100 million views. Yeah, we're up to 97 mil, so we're gonna be we're getting there. Oh, hang on a second. Oh, the guy actually replied to me. Hey. Okay. This is the guy that I was talking to yesterday, or rather, I was talking about with the. He had posted a video where he was talking about some negative reviews that PZ had received, and he was whatchamacallit, he was like kind of discussing them. But yeah, glad to see that he saw the comment. That's cool. All right, so we want to take out everybody in the backyard here. I'm not going to worry about using the fence to my advantage. Yet another reason why I love this base position so much is the fact that the backside that's not attackable, it's got a chain link fence here, and the chain link fence, when the zombies flip over it, make noise. So the chain link fence is literally just a early warning system. When the zombies flip over it, it makes a noise, so I hear them before they quietly wander around the building and start bumping on the front. It looks like the townhomes here are not looted and trashed either, which is that's yet another step up from Annie's journey. Annie had a lot of looted and trashed townhomes. Damn. Shit. Somebody on the other side of the trees there. I'm just gonna have to let her break that. Whoever's on the other side of the trees might be a vagrant. Or he just got lost back there. Yeah, he's a vagrant. Vagrants always confuse me, because this guy's making aggro noises, but he's not aggro because he's not moving. Yeah, I want to see them barricaded. I would love to see that. That would be amazing. Run over that fence, would you? Nope. Alright, we never... Okay, so, back on Annie, we never found the key to this door. And, I never found a way to open it. But I also, back on Annie, I did not realize that it was possible to, from the inside, some garage doors let you right-click on them and give you the option to unlock them from the inside, meaning that even though, like, regular doors, like regular residential doors, if they're locked, but you open them from the inside, that your character just automatically unlocks them. But for some reason, certain garage doors don't do that. And that garage door there may have been one of them. Ah, darn. Okay. So, I am not going to give up on these doors. No, I'm not sledgehammering anything. I'm going to break into this place without touching the exterior. And I have a way to do that, but it will be complicated. First, I'll check the Zeds to make sure that we're not missing the key to the grocery store. The chances of any of these guys having the key are actually probably kind of low because they spawned. Most of these guys probably came from the residential area as opposed to the slight downside to there being no zombies in the parking lot, for example. Looks like we did get the key to this unit. Yep, we got the key to this entire unit. It's kind of funny how the keys work. One of these key dash residents, one of those is actually to this entire place. Probably several of these are, to be honest. The Tom Cruise track. From around front. We just got fatigued. Can handle one-offs. Especially if we do that. Come on over. Nice. Right, right. Oh, we got the keys to both of these. Hell yeah. So we do have a total of 3 dupes for these. So I can... Okay, so these 2 are dupes. I can drop those 2. The other 2 keys are to other residences nearby that we have not... Speaking of, oops. Don't break your own window, pal. Dude. What if I want that window? Don't break it. I don't think I will, but I just... Being able to just wander in there and do that feels fun. Pretty much 0 chance that you would have the key to the joint. This guy would probably want to be one of the most likely candidates. But yeah, we did our due diligence. We checked around. I don't expect to find one at this rate, and that's okay. My theory is every single door in there can be unlocked. What we're going to need to do is sheet rope. I was not expecting to use sheet rope twice in one event here, but that's where the cards have landed. We're doing it for a very different purpose this time. I already like the locally available, cookware here. 6, so if the table outside, that's 4. That's 10. So two more of these counters might do the trick. Seven, 8. I'll go ahead and give up on the furniture in here. I may board up the window with one of these planks and just sleep here tonight. I think our magic number is going to be 15 planks. We're up to 11. Assuming success, we'll get 4 more from outside here. Success. Yep, we got 15 now. Wrong character. I can't even rule out that I might put them in here. Well, we don't need to do any de-stressing, hopefully. Hopefully. I don't know that yet. Maybe we will need to do some de-stressing. So this is a temporary way to the roof here. This is not permanent. Because we don't want zombies outside just wandering up into the roof. I'm going to need to decide where I want the stairwell. That's going to probably take a moment. As fate would have it, I held on to a spare water bottle here. Last time I did the stairs, like, there-ish. But, this is an opportunity to improve on our design last time. I think I have a couple of screenshots of what we did with Jericho last time. We can use those for reference. Zomboid, screenshots, scroll, scroll, scroll. Scrolling back in time. I'll send us back in time. Here we are, Jericho from Annie Mae's Journey. We put the stairs... corner, and then 4 tiles in from the corner on the far side. Okay. You know, I think that's actually a pretty good place. I do think that's a pretty good place. I'm not beyond, like, putting another stairwell in. But that is a great place to start. Okay. So that is right here. And then 4 tiles in from here. So 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles in. We start here. Now, we have 2 planks left over. We make a wooden fence. And we didn't actually do this. Let's tie 2 sheet ropes. Oh, we can only tie 1 sheet rope. That's right. I'm a doofus. I didn't get a second sheet. Okay. Oops. I was so close to just doing everything in one go. Because I have to take a quick, or I have to go get another, sheet, so what I'm going to do is just go and sleep, and we'll actually make our ingress as an overnight task. Yep, that's one of the many reasons I like it. Now, obviously, the sales floor is not going to be that clear when we get in there. It's going to be full with... It's your standard Gigamart layout. I'm 90% sure this is actually Gigamart, but it's unlabeled because we can't see the label. So, in my mind, it might be something different. But right now, we are going to go and hit the sack in this house, because this house is probably... might have a pillow. If not, we'll just sleep. Oh no, sleeping without a pillow. Haha, look at that. A pillow and a sheet. This, the game really likes me right now. I can't wait to see what's going to go wrong. Whenever the game likes me like this, I get very terrible feelings, because it might, it's going to turn on me. I just know it, it's going to turn on me. And that is my threshold right there. Fantastic. Oops. Alright, so my clothes are done in the washer. I gotta go put them in the dryer. I'll be right back just a moment, folks. Probably like about 30 seconds to a minute. They have returned, comrades. Hopefully the chair's commentary was insightful. Alright, so there's our second sheet rope. Are you kidding me? What are the fucking odds? Okay. Yeah, so we just got a, we just got a scratch on our torso that went right through our military jacket. You win some, you lose some, folks. You win some, you lose some. So the military jacket's got a hole in the torso. That's easily patched. I just need the materials for it, which are not available to me in the immediate. It was only the military jacket that got a hole, and I find that fascinating. How did I not get a hole in the other 5 layers that I'm wearing? Or the other 4. So it's I have on right now a crafted cotton shirt, long sleeve t-shirt, police shirt, and oh, I don't have a hoodie layer on, do I? Yeah, so it's those okay, it's 4 layers. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I told you guys the game was going to flip its fortune. We were getting way too lucky. Way too lucky. No zombies in the parking lot. Bed with a pillow right there. Easy time boarding everything up. Free sheets, free pillow. Of course, absolutely something like that would happen next. I just took painkillers and they're about to take effect. We're just gonna go get our second sleep. I'm also gonna get, I'm gonna try to reduce the chance of infection. We'll wash ourselves up. I'll have to monitor the health window. Wait till that bandage gets dirty and then we'll have to replace it. No big deal, just tedious. Alright, here goes nothing. So this is probably what I should have done on Annie here. Oh, I can't do it. I can't do it. This door is forever locked, apparently. Not even from the inside can I unlock it, sadly. That's okay. We'll take the front door to get out of here. Another lovely part about this base design, or this place's design, is you can actually hear them through the walls. I heard somebody mouth breathing over here somewhere. Did I? Yeah, all the way over 2 walls. Maybe my hearing is just that good. We are hungry, so I'm gonna take some of this food stuffs here that are available to us. Hello. A few of you in here, is there? I mean, I'm about to go into a food mart, so I mean, it's like, not like I really need There's going to be more of them in there. Might as well just do that. I'm definitely not okay with the replace. I'm okay with replacing this with a gate. I've done it before. No reason not to. Left the sledgehammer on the roof. We need to do 2 more sledging so that we can put in the staircase, and then we will sledge the back door later on. I'm not going to delete the back door until I have a gate bag in the area to replace it with. So we'll go ahead and leave the sledgehammer next to the door, ready to use when the situation calls for it. We'll want to get this out of the way. We replaced the garage doors with the Master Race gate, double gates. There are no superior forms of entry than a double gate. Now, what always bothered me about this is the switch here, because this switch controls the floor lights, so I absolutely have to keep it intact no matter what, which means I cannot just take all 4 of these tiles in the front here and sledge them open and turn it into a front gate. If I want to do a front gate, it has to be... maybe I'll do something different with the design, like fundamentally different this time. Why is there blood on the floor? What's going on here? Is anybody back here? So, clean up on aisle 6. I can't rule out that there is a small possibility that we may run into a key in one of the boxes. I seriously doubt it, though. So you could almost say that I was lazy last time. Last time I just put everything in, I left a lot of the counters where they were. Well, I don't. So basically, if I were to start fighting zombies here, what would happen is they would they would come from around the corner. Yeah, the loot, the keys that they would have would be to whatever buildings that are nearby. Interesting that that ever worked in the first place. I never would have assumed that would work, but I do find it interesting if it actually used to work. Eating a little bit of candy to keep the hunger staved off. All of these shelves, thankfully, can just be pulled out of the way. We're following my warehouse looting strategy here, where we just put everything on the floor and then come back and pick it up once we have a destination for all the various categories of stuff that we're pulling off of these shelves. Ah. Good old B41. And some coffee, too. The button that allows me to move everything to the floor is possibly the best part about the latest builds. I think that was 42.13 when that arrived. It is a fantastic addition. I have nothing bad to say about that. Now that we're here, I'm going to go ahead and leave the trunk empty. Scythe and the pump are part of the local kit already. See if any of these vehicles here have gas or keys, or rather gas or battery. No gas, no battery. No gas, no battery. Gas and battery, hell yeah. This is, honestly, everything in this is so good that I don't want to throw it away, but the fact that we have a battery means that I can swap it out to the other one. So I'll go ahead and sacrifice this rear window here. I don't really care about rear windows for sports cars because the only sports cars that need rear windows are the kind that I'm not going to be using regularly. Low engine quality. But the fact that we got good parts means we're going to take the battery and some of the gas, put it in the red one there. Yeah, so all these pretty parts, engine quality 46. There's always got to be a turd in the punch bowl with these cars. Every single time. You can't just have a good car. All the vehicles with the highest engine quality are sometimes the wrecked ones that you find on the side of the road. Very rarely is it the other way around. There's our torso with a dirty bandage. Let's replace that. going to give it 6 liters, so we'll just go back and forth 2 more times. Meanwhile, this thing's same low engine quality. So this one is a proper throwaway. We're going to take it back with us and leave it behind once we're at our destination. Which means the sports car can get left here in the appropriate parking spot. I would have imagined that I would have secured Jericho this quickly and easily. Fantastic. Whoo! Perhaps on my way back, I'll dismantle that one. This this cemetery here is always a source of annoyance. It never isn't and always will be, probably. Hello, corpses. Now that a lot of the snow is cleared up, I can clearly see which one of these assholes decided to set up camp in the middle of the frickin' road. It wasn't very clear previously, but now, yeah, we're getting that crap. I'm not like super 200% committed to a clean road here, but within reason, absolutely. Wait a minute. Did I loot the campus? Oh, of course not. That would be a ground war to get there. No. We have just made beachhead into Louisville today. We just successfully got to where I want to set up base in Louisville, which is it is a grocery store that I nicknamed Jericho. Mask on. We are now in the stink zone. Some of this stuff can stay here. A lot of this is not really high priority stuff. Okay. You used baseball bat to clean Louisville. That is, that sounds like a nightmare. I would never want to go here without long blade. Even at level 10, it's level 10 short blunt, or level 10 long blunt is only going to compare to like level 5 or 6 swords at best with long blade, but that is to each their own, whatever works best for you. We're holding on to this roast. The perishable foods, we should put those in a garbage bag. At least the freezer food, because otherwise this takes forever to transfer. All this is really lightweight. Okay. Keep that frozen for now. Just call it garbage bag freeze. Leave the frying pan there, that's fine. I always like to have my field bases left with a little bit of stuff. To include, we're actually going to leave a little bit of food too. Just a little bit. Particularly non-perishables. Alright, so we can do a garbage bag full of stuff on both seats because we're going to be towing the red truck with us. The red truck has got a little bit of everything in it. Glove compartment too. Just gonna put some of this extraneous stuff that I don't need right now in the glove. Cookware. Cookware, canned food. We have billions of that at our destination, so it's a low priority comparatively. Alright, and now we can establish a second garbage bag for the driver's seat. We've already got a full heavy duty there. And all this is pretty low priority stuff that can just go. We can empty out this backpack. Alright, and then I may take at least one floodlight, just one. Or do we still have... I think we still have... We still have a few in this trailer, but this trailer's not immediately coming with us. Pipe wrenches. Yes, this is all vanilla. The only thing we have changed is we have added a special color for the olive drab military backpack. Everything else is default vanilla Apocalypse. So this backpack would normally be an ugly puke green. We just edited the texture to make it tactical black. Everything else is vanilla. Did that right here on stream so that everybody can see. In the spirit of clearing the road, we'll get this this one out of the way. Did we peel the battery out of here yet? Let's peel the battery out of here. No leftover batteries in cars that I'm not likely to use again. So you're telling me I can take everything. It's just going to be difficult. Yeah, this is going to be difficult. This is going to be a difficult tow job. But we can get the process started. The tow job is going to get harder and harder as we start moving more, or rather the more trips we make without clearing the road, the tow jobs continue to get harder and harder. And that's not the worst thing in the world, but we need to remain cognizant of it. Alright, we are loaded for bear. We can fit another 6 encumbrance of stuff, but there isn't much that I'm worried about right now. Not enough here to reestablish a gate bag, and the nearest intact gate bags are back at what's it called? The nearest intact gate bags are back at... I already lost my brain. All the way back at FOB. No, not even FOB. They're back at main base in the gas station. And it's the main base at the gas station that I would really love to get collapsed because of the respawns that keep appearing in the front yard. That is grown very tiresome. And with this, we've got 4 red generators in the trunk of this truck. Therefore, we can have a freezer infrastructure set up to receive the stuff that's chilling at main base back at the gas station. So as long as we don't fuck this up, we're good. If you had talked to me about this, doing this, if you had told me like 7 months ago that I would be doing this, just going down this road, ignoring all these zombies, going into Louisville, I would have told you that you're insane. But no, I understand their movements well enough now. I'm not concerned bypassing them. We will get them. We'll get rid of them. But for now, I'm tired of having to go back through the checkpoint. Let's get ahead of that sooner rather than later. And there we go. We run out of options a little bit more here, though. That may have been interpreted as a back hit. Hang on. No, we're good. We're good. I didn't even hear the sound of metal crunching, but we did technically back into that wreck. I'm paranoid about it. I hate it. I don't want to hit the trunk of my truck. I like my truck. Lots of step fans in that parking lot. Eager to check their trunks. Maybe we'll get a survivor vehicle. Hey, maybe we get something with a decent engine, and we can finally have more than just the Plunky-mobile. Plunky-mobile right now is my only good step van with a proper trunk size. Everything else is old world stuff from the dredges of 42.13. On Annie, we had massive initial spawns right by those railroad tracks. The fact that we have no spawns there for Nora, unbelievable stroke of luck, almost as useful as having a clean parking lot here. As always, ambulance gets priority parking. Generic construction-related stuff can go here. Spare battery for sports car can go over here. Vehicle-related crap. And we're just going to establish a garbage bag with the rest of the stuff we carried with us. Anything food-related except for our current meal. Metalworking stuff back here. think that's everything except for the glove here. Yeah, glove is kind of lower priority stuff, but still necessarily some of it's useful here. We'll have that separated from that and that. Oh, I never did put the battery back in the front of that vehicle. Gonna need to do that. Sheet rope, I'm just gonna leave that on the floor. We'll need to do logging activities at some point, so knowing where that is. This battery is one of the better ones. It can go in this for now. Seeing as this thing is full of really good parts, I may swap the really good parts from this to a different vehicle at some point in the future, but for now this is my generator carrier. So we are going all the way back to... Okay, we're not going quite back to main base yet. We're going to do one more shipment from the halfway point. Yeah, we're going to do one more shipment from the halfway point. Heavy duty in the area that I can sacrifice. There might not be. It would be beneficial for me to just be able to take a vehicle home with me and then leave everything else here. But I don't have a charged standard right now. At least I'm pretty sure I don't. If I did, it would probably have been, at one point, it would have been the Corvette. I've got to be discerning about what trips I do to get back and to get there and back again, because at some point the road is going to get too annoying, and I'm going to have to get out and start fighting my way through. I suppose had to choose, this is the easiest one to empty and then bring back with me. But, oh, you know what? The Corvette is also very easy to go and pick up. So if I have to leave the Corvette somewhere and come back pick it up, that's fine. So I will take the Corvette with me now, leave it behind, and then we'll go back get it later. After we have a standard to power that other car on the lot. To get ahead of the fact that my battery's about to die. Don't think there's a garbage can inside, so we'll throw one back here. Mental note to replace my Alice kit battery. Okay, yeah, we're taking the Corvette then. So we'll be at least the scratch on our belly healed. Fatigue is hit, so we are not combat effective anymore. and that is okay. Didn't plan on doing much fighting anyway, because I don't have to. See, these clover leaves are, they leave us quite a lot of room to maneuver, so I'm not too mad about them. This gas station right here, we used this as a base at one point, and the windows didn't exist when we used it as a base, but now they do, and I like that. We will eventually probably leave a generator there and establish it as a waypoint. But that's a longish term thing to do, because right now we don't need gas at the moment. And there is a gas station much closer to Jericho, which is where we just were, the grocery store. There's a gas station much closer to that one that I would prefer to secure on priority. Another one of those street tents here. Let's get this cleaned up. Not too worried about the stuff blocking that side of the road here, because the corpses are blocking me anyway. Can get this thing out of the way though. What did I leave on the charger up here? Another sports vehicle. That's fine. So I still lack a standard. There's probably one nearby. Just a question of where specifically. So when we deploy, we're taking this garbage bag with us. I think it can fit straight in my backpack if I play my cards right. No, not quite. Yeah, now it can. Okay. Gotta keep my backpack as is. So what we'll do is we'll leave the Corvette here, staged to tow back with this trailer. Thing is, we can fit 36 in the trunk. I should very much like to take 2 street lights. Or floodlights, rather. Hello there, how's it going? You've caught us during a logistical phase. Preparing for transport. Lots of things. A metric lot. Passenger seat, we'll put this propane tank, and that's it for now. I'll have to like load it for bear, but just it's gotta have stuff. Spare battery for the sports car. That works. Pretty we saved the best for last, I suppose you could say. We spent the first 300 or 400 hours or so. I haven't tallied the total. The first 50 parts, we're at part 51 or 2 now. Spent those traveling throughout the entire map. Looted every single major gun resource before we stockpiled everything in West Point, and have since moved from West Point to a gas station base. Right here, this gas station base off Apple Tree. The majority of our weapon stockpiles is there, or here, or at our next base location, which is Jericho here. That is a unlabeled gas station, or unlabeled Gigamart, I think. I think it's a Gigamart. So, yeah. Lots and lots and lots and lots of moving parts. Tons and tons of red generators here, always. And plans are being formulated to transport some of them. We've already got 4 at our destination. But our current job for the evening before we go to sleep is a bit of a complicated tow here. We're going to have to go buy some zombies. This is going to be... I think we've lured enough out of the way. This is Apocalypse. Everything defaults. No functional mods, just one texture replacement mod, that's it. Trying our best to stay default here in every way if we can. We have used debug mode a few times to fix things like spontaneous human combustion and whatnot. And we are going to make it into 3rd gear with this one, boys. Unfortunately, I may have to end things after tomorrow morning, because I do think my laundry just finished, so I have to fold my clothes, and I've got a lot of things to do tomorrow. So unfortunately, sometimes I go really hard on weekend streams, 6 hours. I'm only gone for 6 hours. It feels wrong. It really does. Yeah. That's the unfortunate thing, because normally my streaming schedule is supposed to be, if anybody's not familiar, streaming schedule is supposed to be Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. But on Monday, which is tomorrow, I've got a orientation for working on site at a new location. Same job, but new location. And that's going to peel me away from being available to stream at all, at least in the mornings. I have no choice but to ram this one. It was either ram her or risk a side hit on the, yeah, we're not doing that. There we go. Okay. We should be more or less scot-free now. Plenty of road to work with from here. I forgot. I know I was forgetting something. I forgot the freezer. Okay, yeah. Worst things have happened. We'll go back and grab that as an overnight task. Over here. Sneak around this side. Trying not to lose third gear, so driving is a little wonky. I actually might have to intentionally lose third gear. We shouldn't be stuck at 30. Well, that's okay. We're almost there. Coming up here, and there's the best part about basing in this area is we don't have any, there were almost no initial spawns in this area, which means there's no respawns, which means, hell yeah, so that means. So this right here, this is Jericho. Very, very lovely base location. Served us very well in my previous character. So what we just accomplished with this convoy is the propane tank, the propane step van right there has about 1/5 of all of the ammo on the entire map, basically. These are the calibers I use more often right now. Whatchamacallit, 357, lots of shotgun. Well, actually, this is kind of a grab bag. Yeah, this is a widespread grab bag. There's shotgun. There's everything in there. No, we're not trying to like max all skills or anything. We're just doing we grab whatever skills we need. Well, this is not good. This parking lot was clear. Emphasis on was. We're gonna have to get out and fight. And I don't have my coffee. I really don't want to start shooting right now. I might not have a choice. Sometimes shit just happens. Okay, no, I'm not shooting. That's gonna make the situation worse. I won't be able to protect my glasswork. If I start shooting now, there's just going to be too many of them, and I won't be able to stop them from breaking my windows. My precious, precious windows that I cannot fix. I will not sacrifice them for these assholes. So we'll just have to deal with them the hard way. And that involves taking some caffeine pills. On the bright side, we have a lot of caffeine pills. On the not bright side, we are thirsty, like really thirsty. Yeah, I can sword these guys. Now that I've got some caffeine in my system. I literally can't remember if I'm going to take a damage penalty for being thirsty. I just reflexively fix the situation. Side of the tree. Oh, bitch, get over here. No hiding in the trees. Trees are off limits. I left the vehicle running. That was a big mistake. But at least it's keeping them going towards the truck and not my windows. These things are fucking window magnets. Oh no. You think you got me with my back to a wall, do you? Of course, yelling means somebody on the other side of the wall there. That was the lion's share of them. Don't you fucking touch my windows. Okay, my windows are clear. You guys have no idea how important that is to me. It is such a massive flex to have a base this size in Louisville and not have any of your windows damaged. Yeah. Being level 2 fatigue, doing a melee fight that big, no. We're just gonna... We're taking the L on a sleep schedule right now. Our sleep schedule is absolutely fucked for the next day. But if I finish setting things up to get bare minimum, if we get infrastructure up, I can get a cup of coffee and then drink it tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. That will probably keep me good for the rest of the day tomorrow. That is my current prediction. I could be wrong. Caffeine is just too unpredictable right now. In any case, this was the second wave truck, I believe, yeah. So lots and lots and lots of fun stuff here, but not a lot of it is immediate use. I can at least put away the keyring to Valley Station in here, because that's where it's supposed to go. And a lot of the stuff that's in there, this is its final destination. I do not suspect we'll be doing another major base construction, except maybe for Louisville Airport, but that's going to be deferred a little bit. Yeah, the zombies have got to be loud because hearing is one of my strongest suits. If I can't hear them, then I can't fight them effectively. Echolocation, that is the right word right there. We got so sweaty that we're at risk of getting sick from that. All of that success, and I didn't actually come with a, hang on. Okay. Let's solve the water problem first. Absolutely. Okay, so you just saw me get all those one-shot kills with weapons. The sword and machete here, I made these myself, and I can make as many of them as I have steel bars, which means I could make hundreds of these if I wanted to. That is the privilege of blacksmith. You can make the best melee weapon in the game. You can make hundreds of them easily. Okay, so right now it's quite easy. There are things in the crafting flow that are going to be nerfed someday. I can tell you straight up that right now the ability to make charcoal is very easy. Just like the ability to dry leather used to be very easy. Now drying leather takes 7 days. It's coming. It's a question of when, not if. Someday it will be very, very, very tedious to get charcoal for our forge. But right now it is not, and forges produce swords and machetes. Best in slots, two-handed and one-handed weapons. We are looking for a Zed that was slapping the fence on this side. I think it was back here. Hello. I heard you slapping the fence. I took offense to that. I bet we don't break our windows. Thank you, pal. It's this shaman is probably keeping me warm. Let's put it back to, wait a minute. No, I'm just getting really hot because of my standard kit. That's not good. But I'm also running around more than I usually do. There should be no Zeds in the street. Get out of my street. Alright, water problem is solved. I don't have a good idea for going back right now. I need to go back again. I might go back on foot. I'm gonna be real with you guys, I might go back on foot. We just don't have enough vehicles here that I'm willing to throw away. Every vehicle here is either I don't have a battery for it, like this. Actually, if I'm willing to fuck around here for a bit, I can charge the battery now. We have generators with us. Just got to get one filled up with gas. We'll get one placed out in the parking lot for the immediate moment. I deleted my own roof access, but that's okay. We've got space to put whatchamacallit, roof access indoors, but that is wasn't intended on doing it just yet. And we have a battery charger. I feel like we should have multiple at this point, but I've probably deployed my other ones recently, yeah. Okay, so none in there. And I did not leave one in there. Okay. So I always keep a battery charger in my ambulance everywhere I go. That's I'm loath to use it sometimes because then I forget about it. And then suddenly I don't have a battery charger everywhere I go. And then suddenly I need to. Well, of course, there's many other things to level blacksmithing. Hey, Richard, sorry, I didn't see you there. We are not going to be here too much longer today, unfortunately. Seeing as I have to start working on site tomorrow, there's a couple things I got to do. But we arrived at Jericho, and it's looking good here. It's looking great. But now that we are here, we need to get this thing's battery on the charger so that we have a throwaway car available. I don't have access. See, I don't want to be snide or anything, but I feel like 0 to hero or maxing all skills are kind of the things that people do when they don't really know what else to do in this game. A lot of what I'm doing right now is just made-up goals. Zomboid is a game where I feel like if you don't burn your own creative energy, you're not going to have anywhere near as much fun. If the game has to tell you what to do, you know, maxing skills, for example, if these skill monitors here, if these were a goal instead of a means to an end, I would get bored really fast. There's only so much amusement I can find in watching these extremely slow skill meters increase. We level skills when we need them to the threshold that we need them at, and then we move on and do something more interesting here. That's how I have fun with the game. I'm sure some people really enjoy the flex of just leveling all the skills from nothing. I can see the appeal in that. It doesn't really speak to me though. There it is. I was waiting for hunger. I was waiting for that for some reason. So we'll go ahead and go back inside, and we will. I can take this mask off. I don't need it right now. I've left her wearing it, even though we're outside the stink zone by a wide margin. So I'm not going to delete the back door yet because we don't have a gate bag at the moment. But we can get some sludge work done indoors. There's actually a lot of work to do indoors. But yeah, I'm sorry, I started yapping about other things. But if you want to level blacksmithing, you're going to need Well, in my humble opinion, you want the books. I would never want to level blacksmithing without the books, personally. So I would actually just... Leveling blacksmithing is sort of like a mid-game thing for me, right? After, like, first 2 or 3 months. Then I will have explored a lot of the map. I will have gained a fair few books. And then I have not just the books, but just other materials, right? Like leather. You need 2 medium leather to build the bellows for your forge. You usually want to level some masonry so you can make the stone blocks, among other things. I made an entire flowchart. In fact, I will link that. We got somebody interested in blacksmithing. There you go. So that is a link. This is a really obnoxiously large flowchart. It's a little hard to follow, but this covers basically everything you need skill-wise, and where to get things, how to get them just from nature, right? A lot of things, like, for example, to get medium handles for your bellows right here. To get medium handles for your bellows, level 2 carving, get 4 tree branches and a knife. Then you can carve 4 medium handles. Hammer, saw, plank, nails, 2 medium leather. That'll get you 2 large bellows. I didn't actually put the number 2 there, but yeah, that's what you're supposed to need, is 2. And then, of course, filling up 2 ceramic crucibles of iron by melting iron items. There's no straightforward way of going about that. You need a lot of stuff. In our case, we actually leveled welding before we leveled blacksmithing, and in doing so, we got lots and lots of scrap iron from car wrecks. So that is one way of going about it, one of many. So what I'm doing is I'm just getting I'm starting to get the base sorted out while the battery is charging for that standard vehicle out front. Meanwhile, I'm also whenever I get the muscle strain to go away, which it has, we can do a couple more sledgehammerings. I think I have decided that I'm going to make a drivable space around the outer edge of the L shape here. So what that means is we're going to have the garage entry on this side, and then a drivable path kind of going along from here, turning space here, and then we will sledge out these 4 windows. So as much as I love my windows, you guys know that, I have no qualms with deleting them on my own terms. And that's what we're going to do today, because, yeah, it's fine, because zombies are most likely to attack these windows anyway. If they come around the corner, which they're going to come around one of these 2 corners, because they have to, no other way around. They come around these corners, they're most likely to attack any of these windows here. So that's perfectly fine. We're going to go ahead and sledge those later when we have gate bags to replace the windows with a gate. Until then, we're getting other obstructions out of the way. There's no other way to move these, unfortunately. So I can leave the sledgehammer needs to be left where I can see it. How about right here? There we go. Once upon a time, I would have picked these up instead of disassembling. I'm never going to use them again. Not at a place like this. At a place like this, I want a full set of metal storage crates here. Muscle strain is gone. We'll do another sledge. Now these pastry display cases, perhaps I will keep them, because I actually have an objective use for them. I like to separate, when I start getting like lots and lots and lots of small form food, I actually like separating it by category. So sweets, savories, brights, and darks. And Even smoked meats at some point. Even though we can't make smoked meats, I actually collect enough that, yeah. These display cases are technically refrigerated, but of no use to me because I don't think I need a triple fridge. That's what this basically is, a triple fridge with no freezer. That does not sound useful to me. They have as much storage as a industrial fridge, but yeah, no, these two industrial fridges back here are more useful to me than probably anything else other than the chest freezers. So, I don't know if you guys heard that. That was the sound of a mouth breather somewhere out here on the other side of the wall. We barely have to even worry about them. They actually don't always understand how to get to us from this corner. They just have to go that far to get to us. So even if they know we're here, sometimes they lose track of us by the time they start walking around. So, I mentioned this before with the meta for today. I probably will have to go. Yeah, the dryer is done. Yeah, okay, so here's the thing. I will go check. I will go check because my dryer is weak. My dryer is weak and I might have to do another tumble. So if I have to do another tumble, then I'm not ready to fold my clothes and I can do another day probably. But yeah, that's basically my time gate right now. Once I get started folding laundry, yeah. It's a lot of work. Because I also have to iron my work shirts and whatnot. Can't just go to work in pajamas, now can I? They're gonna make me work on site, I gotta actually look presentable like a human being or some shit. How depressing is that? Ugh. Ugh. Not the biggest fan. So you can't disassemble that, I don't think. Chance to break 22.5% chance because it's that's electrical skill to lift those up. So that's actually really funny. We broke all three of them. Imagine leveling electrical just so you don't break cooled shelves. What a strange state of affairs that would be. I'm going to go ahead and continue with this operation until daylight. And by daylight, I mean like 6 a.m. And then we will do the translation. We'll do the translation. We'll get our Corvette back here along with the perishable food. I need a fridge established if I'm going to do that, though. It's a blessing in disguise that I did not, that I actually did not get the perishable food up here, because I don't have a good place to put it yet. One of the problems right now is if I just put a generator down, it would be powering such an unbelievable waste of things. Look at how many fridges there are here. These are all fridges. Every single one of these. If I were to put a generator on the roof right now, just drop a generator on the roof without doing anything about any of this shit, it would literally, it would probably blow through its fuel stash in one day. Just based on how many freaking fridges there are. So, yeah. It's one of the reasons I probably need metal shelves. That reminds me why I never deleted these back shelves last time. These back shelves, I never deleted them, and that's partially because I ended up putting fridges in them. Okay, that is a thing to consider. What we can do is, we need at least one fridge. Let's get suited to carry a fridge. We have to drop a bunch of crap. What we're going to do is just take one of these fridges, and we're going to put it in the front wall, so that a generator out in the parking lot area, like the one we already have, I didn't think very much about before placing it. but a generator out in the parking lot area will suffice for this. This is a temporary measure. We're not going to put the kitchen in this corner, but yeah, this is a temporary measure. If anybody's curious why you get so much muscle strain from sledgehammering, long and short of that is it's short blunt, or sorry, long blunt. Long blunt is the skill, I believe, that you need to level up in order to get less muscle strain from using the sledgehammer. But we never even got to level 1, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we never even got to level 1 because we don't do long blunt here. My use case for it is too niche. I would sooner just take breaks in between sledgehammerings. Even if I was long blunt level 10, we would probably still be getting muscle strain after a few sledgings. It's just a question of how many. These fridges, all you have to do is hit the pickup button and it'll split them into 2 parts. So the double fridges are easy. I think whoever designed this particular POI was a bit new to the game. If you look at the roof, there's a couple of silly design mistakes up there. The AC infrastructure up there is meant for second floor stuff, so all the AC units up there, it kind of looks like they're on the floor, but they're actually on a non-existent ceiling. That's the kind of mistake that somebody who doesn't actually play the game would probably make, or at least doesn't play it regularly enough. Not the worst thing in the world. Mappers don't necessarily have to be experts on Project Zomboid if they're doing, well, they're not doing like POIs, you know. The military research facility, that place was designed by somebody who plays the game a lot. I can tell, just based on all the places that things could go wrong. All those tight corners. The entire place is a massive death trap. So all we have to do is pick the fridge up and drop it. We don't even have to get fancy with it. We pick it up, we drop it. Well, they're still there, but we can't see them. Dropping them is not the same as placing them. When you drop them, they do not connect to generators. You know what would really suck is if the update that may come out next week, the Indie Stone has actually said something about a potential update next week. They haven't committed to it, but they've said that is the potential. If that happens and then our save gets broken, that's going to really, really suck just from a temporal perspective, because like we just got to the most fun part of the game for me, you know, going through Louisville. I find that to be very fun. One of the many things that are very fun. You know, the military research facility was fun because I had never done it before, but Louisville, I've done it before and it's still fun to me. Most importantly, having done it before, I know what to avoid. I know what may or may not be a waste of time, so we can spend our time here even more efficiently. Okay, so every single one of these fridges has been picked up and then dropped. And all that means is it's off the power grid. So now it's just these popsicle freezers that I actually have a purpose for. These popsicle freezers, at least 3 of them. 3 of these popsicle freezers have a purpose. but they will not serve that purpose just yet. That is something we will handle next time we stream, which, on the meta, for anybody, if you're not familiar with my schedule, I mentioned it a few times. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday are the days I am very likely to be doing Zomboid. The way it's going to work is, I'll probably be doing 7 Days to Die in the afternoons, a little bit during weekdays, assuming I have the energy for it. Tomorrow is a complete question mark. I have no idea what kind of energy I'm going to have after, the on-site orientation nonsense that they have planned for me in the morning. I have no idea. Sometimes a very simple real-world task is actually exhausting for me, sometimes. And then sometimes it's just, sometimes I don't mind it at all. It's completely random. I have no way to predict it. So tomorrow is in flux, as it were. I don't expect that I'll be streaming Zomboid at all, because if I don't start my streams at 8 a.m. on the dot, YouTube's algorithm just nukes me for some reason. I have no idea why. It probably has something to do with, just, you know, starting at the right time of day. But yeah, that means we are... Yep, all the fridges and freezers are finally out of the way. Finally, okay. And this battery should be done charging. Yep. So what I'm going to do is put this in the correct place to just power the fridge and the floor light, perhaps. And you know what? I'm going to pause the game just briefly, and we're going to use a B42 map for this. Somebody, shout out to homies in chat who pointed this out. You can now measure generators on this website, b42map.com. So what we're going to do is go to our current location at Jericho here in Louisville and click the generator radius thing. Oh, this is, I love this. Oh, I love this. Oh, this is glorious. Okay, I know exactly where to put the generator then. I want a temporary kitchen, so I can put it a little further in. Actually, that should be great right there. Yeah, that should be great right there. We're just gonna put it right on the lamppost, because then it will power the floor lights, which are on this switch right there. That'll illuminate most of the base right there. And then that will get our fridge, and then we can put a stove next to the fridge to get basic meal prep up and running. Okay. Yes. To be honest, if the save did get broken by an update, it would have to be a very substantial update for me to not just stay on a rollback, right? Like if they do a save up, or if they do a update next week, and the update is substantial enough to be a save breaker, but it is not, you know, they don't add anything really new or interesting, fuck that. We'll do a rollback. The devs are pretty good about giving us rollbacks, and yeah, that is a situation where I will absolutely partake in a rollback. Yeah, it's pretty new. It's pretty new, Richard, the B42 map, that feature. It wasn't there last time I looked, so a shout out to everybody in chat who pointed it out. That was great. So now we have charged the battery to this thing. We still have some gas in here, right? Oh yeah, we got plenty. That's a big tank. So we will siphon another 6 liters, just to give ourselves enough to... Maybe we'll do more than one trip with this, I don't know. I always feel very, very weird if I put only 2 liters of gas and then I drive through Zed territory. Everything about that feels wrong. I love it when somebody has 2 ID cards in one purse. Definitely not a master of disguise there. So this thing's engine is bad enough that it is actually liable to have an engine cut out randomly. So we will have to drive with that in mind. What that means is, we cannot drive too close to Zeds. Not too close. We can get a little bit close, but not too close. We will gear up just in case, just in case we gotta get out and fight. No reason not to. Okay, I need to go check my laundry right now. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go check my laundry, and if it's actually dry, then I gotta go. If it's not, I'll do another cycle and we'll get another day done here. So I will be right back, folks, and then we will make the decision call on that. It was not dry. My dryer really is weak. I need to put in a ticket for that. The heating element already went bad on it once, and then they replaced it, and now I guess it's going bad again. Whenever a heating element on a dryer goes, it just gets weaker and weaker until it stops. So yeah, I put it in for another cycle. It's working. It's just really weak. So it's in for another cycle. So we've got another day here. I mean, if I can't get up and start doing work, then yeah, we'll continue here. So before we leave, let's do another sledging. Probably don't need to sledge any of this. I can probably disassemble it. No? Are these one of those weird things that, yeah, okay. Sledgehammer it is. Now, in this place, we've got these double ovens, which they're not bad. I don't dislike them. They're actually kind of cool, but they take up a lot of real estate. I would prefer a smaller one for the minimalist purpose we're currently after. So we will go around back and steal a stove from one of the housing units back there. I did hear some zombies making noise back here somewhere. Gotta be breaking my windows, do you? Damn it, I tried to save it. Fuck you. Swipe my fucking feet. Break my windows, you try to swipe my feet. Go fly a kite in the afterlife. Really? No, that actually makes a lot of sense. Heat drying, especially nowadays. I mean, it's even worse today than it used to be. I'm currently wearing a t-shirt that is, damn it, again. Yeah, I'm getting slow. I'm currently wearing a t-shirt that is 20 years old. And it has held up better than some shirts that I have bought from YouTube dropshippers 2 years ago. Some of them barely lasted a single laundry cycle. It's like the enshittification has hit so many things that even such basic things like textiles, now everything is so shitty that they can't even handle a few trips through the washing machine anymore. Dude, this thing, the text is faded. You can see the fading in the text. It's from NASA. My parents and I went on a trip and we visited a NASA facility. But you can see the text is slightly faded from like literally almost 100 wash cycles probably in this thing. Because I love the shirt. I wear the shirt a lot. I was a teenager when I bought it, and it's still, you can still see the text. And yet some of these drop shippers have shipped such garbage t-shirts that a logo doesn't last 2 or 3 wash cycles. Fucking unbelievable. No idea what's going on with that. But especially now that the snow is gone. Yeah, it is. I know, right? It's just all part of the enshittification rainbow, isn't it? Boy. I'm actually wanting to be eating fattening stuff right now, so we'll be eating these chips when hunger strikes, because we do want to be putting on weight. In fact, I'm just gonna eat these even though I'm not hungry right now, because I don't want to keep losing weight too much longer. All right. This is a throwaway car, and we won't even be recovering the battery, so let's just grab all the crap out of it and leave it in the purse. Bring in any heavy-duty car batteries? Not right now. Not right now, no. We have a couple of charged sport car batteries, and that's good. I am predicting this thing is not going to be handling very well, so we won't be exceeding 60. Cruise control. So even though there were no initial spawns here, these guys either came out of the woods or followed us from the road. And I do not have the action economy to get into a ground war, so we're still just doing transport stuff here. Drive far on this side to try to lure everybody to one side of the road at least when I ditch them. Makes it a little easier for the trip back. I know I said something about not driving too close to zombies, but they were all on my passenger side. So if the engine cuts out and dumb shit happens, I can bail out and have them all on one side of me instead of... see, this shit right here, I don't want anybody on my driver's side. Not when my engine is orange. Normally I like orange, I don't know if you guys noticed, but no, not on my engine status, thank you very much. Yeah, no, that is all part of the problem right there. Commodification was the commodification is the ugly father of enshitification. Turning things from whatchamacallit, from reusable resources into commodities, disposable commodities. That was that was your dad's enshitification right there. It's only now that it's hitting everybody in their checkbook harder than it ever has before that people are finally starting to understand just how bad we've let things get. It used to just be all grandpas talking about back in my day again. No, he had a point. No, he had a point, trust me. Trust me, he had a big fucking point, trust me. You guys think things are bad now. They're gonna get worse. They're gonna get worse before they get better. I think things will get better. I'm not a pessimist. I really am not, but I do think that we have not reached a point where the bread is not stale enough and the circus is not boring enough. So things are going to continue to get worse before they can get better. This may look intimidating, but honestly, this place was worse. This place was worse on Annie. Oh no, Spiffos is looted and trashed. Oh, what a tragedy. Ooh. You know what might not be a tragedy? We got a Jorgensen and Sons right here. We may be following Annie's footsteps. Annie, shortly after arriving in Louisville, Annie found a Jorgensen and Sons, and it became one of our best because it had a 100 engine quality. Let's see what this bad boy's got. It was actually a wreck when Annie found it, but that was no obstacle. We very gladly fixed it up. All right, show me that engine. Engine quality 68. No, it was a trap. It's okay. Hello. Rip out the window like a normal zombie. Honestly, engine quality 68 is not bad for a hauler. I will probably come back for that. 68 is actually, that's perfectly fine for a hauler. And I need a hauler. I really do. I need the Plunky Mobile needs to not be my only hauler. I've expressed that several times. I've just been on the lookout for something that, you know, I don't want to sit there and try 10 times to turn it on when I need to move it. Even if I am going to be towing it frequently, I'd much rather actually be able to have a reasonable chance of it turning on when I turn the key. So many step vans have such shitty engines in this game, possibly by design. I can't even rule that out. But we are now back into cleared territory. And unfortunately, it looks like the snow is going to be... This snow might thicken up again, so we might lose the road visually. So that right there is one trailer we need to bring. The Corvette is in front of another. But more than anything right now, I need to collapse this generator, bring the Corvette back. We don't have any more throwaway vehicles, though. So after I bring the Corvette back, that's it for our throwaway vehicles. So I'll bring the Corvette back, and then the Corvette will come with us. We'll have to do more transit from that. we'll figure out something from there. I hate being surrounded by really, really good vehicles. I really do. Being surrounded by really good vehicles, it hurts my soul when I have to leave one behind. But I gotta make pragmatic decisions here. I mean, speaking of pragmatic, I've already been a little silly when it comes to how many streetlights I've brought with me, or floodlights rather. I've brought a little bit more than I'm gonna need for a very long time. It would have been perfectly fine to just leave them behind and come back here for them later. The only slight conundrum with that is this place will respawn. Plenty of Zeds will respawn here. Before I go, before I shut this generator off and go, I want to check and see if Jackie is still there after a few days here. Ooh, I left it attached. That's not... I shouldn't have done that. I should not have done that, but that's okay. There she is. She is safe and sound. She is no danger to anybody else. She's no danger to herself. So yeah, I might actually put up a poll on Reddit. Actually, here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do. This is probably a nice way to advertise my channel and just ask a fun, interesting question on Reddit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a channel poll. So I'll post on my channel here on YouTube. I'll post a poll. What should I do with Jackie? Should I just leave her here and come back later? Maybe someday there'll be a cure. Or should I put her out of her misery, give her a proper burial? What should I do? I'll think about that, and I'll come up with one of those multiple choice polls that YouTubers do and whatever. And I'll also post it on Reddit and see what people think about that. Because I am curious what other people have to say. There's a lot to think about there. Because if there is a shred of her left, she's probably very miserable right now. If there's not, and it's just her mortal coil, then, well, treating her remains properly and burying her is the top priority. But if there is, what if all of her is still there? What if zombies are just extremely dangerous things that could actually be cured? We don't know the lore of this game. We just know that there's no cure right now. I'm gonna say that the devs are probably never gonna add a cure. Probably, I don't know. I can't predict these devs. I really can't. So, yeah, we'll talk about that. See what we can do there. That'll be something to think about. But yeah, yeah, you weren't here earlier, Richard. We actually, what we did before is we used, this was where we imprisoned her before. But she actually got out, and we learned some really important things about off-map migration. Right, so her current location, where we just screenshotted, we made a little outcropping and then blocked it with a truck. But that actually is not sufficient to prevent off-map zombie movement. And what I mean by that is when we're outside of the area, cars no longer matter to zombies. They'll walk right through cars when we're not around. I kind of had a feeling that was the case. But we confirmed it 100% because Jackie was inside of this enclosure here. What we did is we lured her in here and then pulled this car forward and then blocked her in here. So theoretically, she should never have been able to escape. And yet, now to get ahead of the off-map problem, because I had a feeling it was a thing, we surrounded her with tents so that even if she got out, quote-unquote, or basically I made it so that she should have no way to path out of here unless one of these got destroyed. But after a little while, we came back, and she was standing here, outside of the cars. These two tents were here by default, so these two tents were not attackable. But she got out of the car blockade. She was standing here. She attacked a table we had left, and then another tent we had left. She broke both of them, so she escaped confinement. But in theory, she should not be able to escape confinement now, because in order to break through those windows I put down, barricaded windows, in order to break through those, she would have to no-clip inside of the truck. There is no other maneuver room. We made sure of that because we just built a 2-tile wide outcropping, and the truck completely blocks the 2-tile wide. There's literally no maneuver space in there. So unless Jackie learns how to enable no clip, which again I can't rule that out. This game is unpredictable. Unless Jackie enables no clip, she's stayed there forever. So all right, we have checked on Jackie. She is good to go. We are prepped for this transport, so we're gonna hook this back up, and then we're gonna take the frozen goods out of the freezer. Everything else is probably gonna stay here. I've already taken most of what I want. How about some premium tech radios for the good vehicles? Who knows when I'll need hinges and knobs. And that spearhead should go with me, yeah. So that and that, sacks, yeah, okay. Good to go. I mean, I'm not even going to bring this generator, but that's get in line, right? There's 4 generators just right here, and we've already got 4 at our destination. There's plenty of gas stations to power in Louisville, so we'll make use of every one of them eventually. That was no problem on Annie. We harvested most of the generators here and eventually find a purpose for them. So a lot of these Zeds I can just go right past. They'll barely have time to react. Because this is one of my good vehicles. And it goes super fast. Alright, we'll put the... I actually loved putting the trailers in the spaces between the parking spots here. Because then I could just back a vehicle in to the parking spot and have it in prime real estate to get hooked back up. Now, I'm going to be real with you guys. That was so smooth. I'm just going to do it again. I'm just going to go do it again for the other trailer, because as soon as I empty what I've got on me. As soon as I empty what I've got on me, we'll go do it again with the other trailer. Let me quick check this generator's consumption. It is just the fridge. We can turn that into the fridge and the floor lights. That right there is the power of generator placement. All the way out there, but the switch is right here, but we get the whole floor, the whole floor lights here. Love it. I love it. So let's get the garbage bag freeze there. The stuff that... Let's put 1 slab of meat and the pumpkin, a couple garlics, leftover potatoes. These cabbages that are partially used up. Carrots, cooked eggs, and then everything else is freezer. including these potatoes, which I'm now going to... I'm going to leave these potatoes in the garbage bag, because it's 100 potatoes in this garbage bag. Garbage bag potato. And, yeah, that instant transfer right there is about 200,000 times faster than the amount of time it would take to transfer 100 potatoes. I would be a potato to take that long. Alright, main backpack empty. Perishables have been sorted. We now have a car battery charger deployed here, so I am not going to forget this time. I am not going to forget that this car battery charger belongs to, at least a car battery charger belongs to the field kit of the ambulance. Meanwhile, we do have another sports car battery charge up here. Nope, no luck whatsoever. I am fully resigned to never finding Longblade 5. I never did on Annie, and I probably never will here on Nora. I mean, if I do, cool. I already feel like I've blown more luck than I'll ever have by finding Aiming 5. We found Aiming 5 here on Nora, and we've already read it, and we've already gotten Aiming level 9 from it, and we are now 1400 experience into Aiming level 10 already. It's fantastic, I love it. But yeah, I have no expectations, because if I did, then I'd be disappointed. So that's how that works, right? Alright, that is everything except for a few essentials emptied out of the Corvette. The Corvette will now go back to the halfway point. We'll grab the ammo trailer. The ammo trailer may have some room in it. In fact, we'll make some room in it. We'll take some stuff out of the ammo trailer, put it into the trunk and or passenger seat of the Corvette, and then we will see if we can fit a generator or two in the trailer. I fully expect to get fatigued any minute now. Oh, great. Rain. I don't know how to feel about that. That's going to wash the snow away. As long as it doesn't turn back into snow. Not that I've got long-term problems here. I'm going to, no matter what, we are going to call it tomorrow morning. So after this evening, tomorrow morning will be the end of the stream. Yeah. Even if my laundry isn't done, I do have a couple of other things, so I would say we made it close to 8 hours today. That's pretty good. And there goes all the snow. Now the reason I hug this side of the road so closely is because most of the zombies will end up on this side of the road. and therefore, if I have to come back here with a slower vehicle, a slower tower, as it were, the zombies should be mostly congregated on one side of the road. That's the theory, at least. They have a tendency to disperse, so it's not perfect. Alright, here's the ammo trailer. And it is pretty much full, but we can fix part of that. I'm going to take the loose stuff, put it straight in my main backpack. I'm going to take these 2 coffees that I prepped in ahead of time and put them in my satchel where I should have had coffee all along. Solve that problem. Okay. Then we have 36 room in the trunk of the Corvette itself. So I'm going to take 2 cartons of 12 gauge, that's 30. And then these 556 boxes, and that, and this. And honestly, that should do the trick right there. And now, quite separately, we can fit the hoodie. Oh, yeah. Fit the hoodie in there. Alright, trunk is full. We now have 56 encumbrance. What if I hand carry... Ooh, that's perfect right there. So, we've got a hand carry staged. Military backpack in both hands. That in there, that in there, and then these 4 in here. And would you look at that, boys? We got an empty trailer. An empty trailer is 3 generators. Maybe I should actually attach it. 3 generators is 120. Leftover space, we could fit this propane. Never mind. Don't care about that propane tank, but there is some stuff on the floor right here. And there it is. We went from rain to snow and then back to snow and then, ugh. you look at that? We can fit everything. Hell yeah. Do I really want to push it? Sure, why not? We can fit a few things on the passenger seat there. I can just sit on machetes, right? Nah, it's okay. We don't need to optimize it that much. I just wanted to see if I can get the rest of the stuff I left on the floor here. Which I can, easily. And we're out of here. Still plenty of generators and lights, but we'll be doing more trips in the future through here. In fact, we still have to do our final. We have to do our big transit of the perishable goods, the frozen stuff. That stuff is on the other side of the checkpoint completely, so we still have to do that. Oops. Clipped him with the trailer. The ghost of Spiffo Battle Axe there. How many survivor houses have I found so far? A metric lot. Well over a dozen. Well over a dozen. Possibly 15 or 16, I want to say. I'm just kind of throwing a number out there. I don't think it's been quite as many as 20. So just a kind of a estimation out there. Now it was never a survivor house that gave us some of our best stuff. It was always survivor Zeds, but that's okay. So, this will conclude our travels for today. We've got some a little bit more base work to do. I'll do that this evening and through the night. But tomorrow morning we'll end the stream, and then next time I will stream Zomboid next. Most likely will be next Friday. Until then, I'll be doing if I'm able to stream during the week, which I hope to. It'll be afternoon streams, and it'll be after work, after on-site work, which is probably going to exhaust me. I'm not going to play Zomboid and put my characters at risk by, or put I'm not going to put Nora at risk by showing up with half energy. I'm not going to do that, no. I can't do that. I could never live with myself if I came into the game with a very little energy and my character paid the price for it. No, I don't do that. I play Zomboid at a full tank or not at all. So we definitely won't be doing very much Zomboid, if any, during the week. Probably going to, in the meantime, do some 7 Days to Die. If things go well, that'll be what I'll do in the afternoons this week. Afternoons my time, which are Eastern Standard, currently 3:30 for me. So actually 3:30, right around this time of day, wherever that is for you guys. That is an estimation of when I would start some 7 days in the afternoon. Stack up on Starbucks. Yeah, I mean, well, caffeine is never a problem for me. I'm a seasoned veteran when it comes to caffeine consumption. Starbucks is just a luxury treat at this point for me, because I know exactly what I would get if I went to Starbucks right now. It would be a venti quad 8-pump heavy cream extra hot white chocolate mocha with no whip. Extra hot. And yes, you heard that right. Quad 8-pump extra hot heavy cream, no whip. I am an insane human being. But that is one delicious cup of white sugary sludge with twice as much caffeine as I currently consume normally. You could say that if I ever went to Starbucks, like on a date or something, or just to hang out with friends, the drink that I get would literally be a flex. I would be flexing on everybody around me because of how much everything would be in it. And yet, I am merciful to my baristas. It is not one of those drinks that are extremely hard to prepare. Nobody's not going to have heavy cream because they need that for the whipped cream. Nobody's ever not going to have the ability to do a quad four espresso shots instead of 2, I think, if I remember right, standards. And, well, white chocolate mocha is common enough that everybody's going to have 8 pumps of that. That's going to be a $12 drink, by the way. That is a very expensive drink because of all the stupid add-ons. Worth every cent, in my humble opinion. But I would never do it on the daily. I would never do that on the daily. That is a once in a very long time treat. That's all that is. Oh right, I put a bunch of random stuff in the duffel here for the whatever it's called. So this ammo that these cartons of ammo I just left on the floor, they need a new home, and we actually found a new home. We did. We found a step van, the Jorgensen and Sons. It was not the step van I was hoping for, but it's an okay side vehicle. As an overnight task after we get our first sleep in, we are going to go and recover that. Before we're ready for an overnight task, I'm not going to be able to sleep here for a little while. In fact, I don't want to sleep here for a little while because I do not want to be in a position where I cannot immediately go outside and kill anybody touching my windows. So until then, I need to leave absolute minimum incentive for windows to be touched while I'm not here. So in order to do that, I will sleep around the corner where I set up that boarded up window of the house there. Before we do that, we're going to go get a stove so that we are capable of cooking our own food here. One to the left. We're at stage 2 fatigue, but a single zombie is still doable for the most part. Much as I would prefer to avoid engagements. It was only a matter of time. What we're dealing with now are zombies who were initially in the street. They were initially in the street, and now they're coming through these houses because they're hearing enough commotion to justify it. How is this machete holding up? We are at... Oh, it's great. It's 80%. We're good. Let's see if she'll rush me. You gonna rush? You're not rushing. Must be European. Alright, I'm here to steal a stove. What kind of stove do I want? I want this one. Who is... Didn't I just kill everybody out here? You mind? Trying to steal a stove, lady. There's another one. There's another two. Try to split these guys up. Be a negative. See the number of zombies who spawn out in the roads on the other side there? There's a fair few. We've only dealt with a fraction of them so far, and that's okay. They can come through the whatchamacallit, through these buildings at their own leisure. I will not rush them. Alright, we have successfully stolen an oven. See, the thing is, whenever I come back here is when they actually notice me and start coming through the buildings. Eventually, of course, we'll annihilate everybody out in the street when we start doing regular patrols. Yeah. Until then, though, I'm somewhat conflict avoidant because there's no reason not to be. Just a beautiful, perfect match, isn't it? I love it. We have enough time to go ahead and cook something nice before going to bed here. Do I have fattening agents? It doesn't look like I do. Let's do a quick search. Butter, margarine, lard, that kind of stuff. Let's go shopping. Because I do need to put on weight. I need to put on lots of weight. We are down to like 73 kilo. We have ways of putting on weight here. See, macaroni and pasta, that's, and all this heavy form food, there's veggie oil. But honestly, it's looking more like it's going to be beneficial for us to just make a one of those 6-bean soups. That's what it's looking like this is leading towards here. And a 6-bean soup. Oh, how about a rice? Yeah, let's do rice. We did just find a saucepan. So rice needs a... let's go get that saucepan. Surely we can add vegetable oil to rice, and maybe a couple of other things. I could do rice or pasta. I'm gonna do, we're gonna do rice for now. It's been a long time. I don't know if I've even done rice for a very long time at this point. Where did it go? I had the option, and then I didn't. I don't understand what happened. You guys saw that, right? The right-click menu was there, and now it's not. Why was it available over here? Why was it available over here but not over there? I don't understand what's going on there. I am actually unironically baffled right now. I went over there, and now I'm over here, and then... Okay, let's put the rice in the saucepan. Now it looks like it'll let us create rice from a few things, perhaps. Well, the most pertinent ingredient would be kidney beans. And that's it. We can't do rice and pasta. Oh, that's tragic. That's tragic. I think we may have disregarded some other beans. Yeah, there's white beans over here. And lentils. Where are lentils? One of you's got lentils. Give me those lentils. We're going to do a 4-bean rice here. We got kidney beans. Next is going to be white beans. And then we're going to do lentils. And then let's do one more type of... surely there's another bean out here. More of the same. What? Can I put ramen noodles in the rice? Come on now. I can't put ramen noodles in the rice. I would do that IRL. I would do that in a heartbeat. Even though it's not the most efficient way to do things. Usually, you would put ramen and rice separate. I'm a weirdo with my food. Ooh, I can thicken the rice with flour, can't I? Huh, it won't let me. That's a shame. I can add nacho cheese. I can add rotten nacho cheese. What? I didn't know that you could add rotten seasonings. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna do that. Just because I can probably doesn't mean I should. Yeah, I do know that even when you add rotten stuff, you don't actually get much calories out of it. Well, I tried. We'll go ahead and do another serving of kidney beans. And then we've got to oil it up. Olive oil and vegetable oil. And then we should have butter out here. Surely we can put butter on rice. Nope. No, you can't put butter on rice. You'd be friggin' kidding me. Alright. Alright. Whatever you say, Indy Stone. Whatever you say. I am of the strong opinion now that rice... I can put ketchup on rice. I can put ketchup on rice, but not butter. These devs, man. I don't know what these devs are smoking when they decided to do rice here. Whoever drew up the white list for rice, they were on some bananas and rice. That's some silliness right there. But we can put barbecue sauce and hot sauce. Barbecue sauce is not bad for calories. Okay, that's good for now. She is probably quite pissed off with me at this point. We'll give her a... If she needs a break, we'll give her a break. She should be sleeping by now, but, well, I'm incorrigible. At least rice is faster to cook. And it came out to be a nice 60, which is a nice round number. Just going to straight up eat half of it. See what that does for our weight. We are now in regular weight gain, which is great. Being out of weight loss is enough for me for the moment. This is not going to be the final resting place of, well, any food, really. So instead of putting all this food I picked up and ingredients and whatnot, it's just going to go in this garbage bag, and that way the garbage bag can get moved around. This is all a temporary accommodation in this corner. At least I think it is. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. These are things that I'll be thinking about a lot. A couple of sledgings before we go. Alright, so we have recovered all the trailers. Basically, all the vehicles that I've left out in the field have all been recovered. Now, all of my vehicles are either at this base, Jericho Base, which is basically our primary base of operations for all of Louisville. All of my assets are either here or at my Waypoint gas station base in Valley Station. And I will think about that, how to proceed from there, because we do still have some things in Valley Station I haven't explored yet that I'm interested in. So there is a small possibility that what I might do is... Let's look at the map. Let's look at the map. So this big B right here, this is where my assets are. This is the checkpoint here on 31 West, the Knox boundary camp, as it were. Basically everything between this little nub on the road here and this B up here, everything in between that is high respawn territory. Eventually there will be tons of respawns there, and I will not want to engage with them. There are alternatives we could probably take. We have a sledgehammer, and I'm not afraid to use it. What would happen if I just found my own way through the, yeah, one of these roads over here? I consider, personally, I consider the Louisville checkpoint a rite of passage. So there are many ways I could have gotten into Louisville without doing it. That's not the point. I consider it a rite of passage, so I did it. We got Mormon Road here. Mormon. That's a funny name. We've got Louisville Road here. Let's look at, do we have street names? Yes. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, I love that. Okay. If I made a hole through the this is a small military checkpoint. I've seen this before, this small checkpoint. It's not bad. Well, it was not bad on Annie. It was not bad on Annie. We will sledgehammer our way through this road, and that'll be our passage to between Louisville and Valley Station. Hell, that probably this is our gas station base. It would probably be easier to take that route to get back and forth from our current location. Absolutely, it would be easier. Well, this state road, KY 841, and its offshoots, that is a question mark. That could be highly variable. Yeah. So point is, there's options. Yeah, we have multiple options, and that's the important part. Okay. So these are many things that I'll be thinking about between this time and next time we play. But in the meantime, it is now 4:20, and I still can't get back to sleep, so we're going to fast forward for a minute. There we go. All right, folks, we've had a good one today. A little bit low viewer numbers for a Sunday. I was hoping that firing up the stream as quickly as I did this morning would get me in time for the algorithm. But, well, YouTube is as it does. There are things about it that I do understand and things about it that I don't. And I appreciate everybody who goes out of their way to come see me when the YouTube algorithm doesn't tell you what to do. I appreciate that. And I appreciate everybody else who drives by. We are going to have lots of fun when we're back here. So yeah, closing notes, we are calling it here. And I'll definitely be back here on Friday of this coming week. That would be Friday, March 13th. Friday the 13th. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. A very lucky day to resume playing Zomboid. That's okay. Nora shall bid us farewell for this one. And we have made ingress into Jericho here. So last thing we always do here is back up our saves. We've got our Zomboid folder here. C users, username Zomboid. Go to your saves. Apocalypse, and the most recent one here, that's this one. Control-C, copy that whole folder. You can put these wherever you want. I choose to put mine in a separate folder, a couple levels up here, same name, and then sorted by number. So this is part 52 of our journey through B42. Control-V, paste that entire folder. And we are up to 512,000 files. We might hit 600,000 before this save gets broken, so. All right, folks. Have a good one, and I shall see you all on Friday. If y'all don't join me through the middle of the week, I'll see you then. Peace out, folks. Have a good one.